welcome to the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Forum. This is a virtual event as we continue with the strike which started with the pandemic. In this year, as we started to see the light at the end of the tunnel, we've seen a number of issues affecting shipping within the last years with the pandemic. This year, we've seen safety again coming, let's say, at the top of the discussion agenda, among other things, for a number of reasons. In this forum, we would like to discuss about human factors. We would like to discuss about ESG. We would like to discuss about SAFETY2. We would like to discuss about crew welfare. And of course, we would like to discuss about maritime security. A number of developments have been realized in the industry. And it is time to analyze, present, and discuss. So we have arranged for what we consider to be, let's say, an interactive agenda across the theme during these 2 days, today and tomorrow. And we would like to thank all of you who are or will be tuned in. We would like to thank all our sponsors. Without them, we couldn't have this event. And of course, we would like to thank in advance all our presenters and panelists for their contribution to the discussion. So today, we have a full agenda, starting with a couple of panels on human factors and ESG. And we will conclude the day with the SAFETY4SEA Awards. We would like to also congratulate in advance all the shortlist nominees and, of course, all the winners. They will be announced at the end of the day. And tomorrow, we have an agenda full with 3 panels on SAFETY2, crew welfare, and maritime security. So without any further ado, we would like to thank you all very much for tuning in. And let's proceed with the program.
Good morning. My name is Captain John Dolan. I'm Deputy Director of Loss Prevention at the Standard P&I Club. And this morning, I'd like to talk to you for a brief period on navigational safety and bridge team management and our P&I Club perspective. Very briefly about my background. Prior to joining the club in 2015, I was a career mariner and ship manager. So I'm coming from a very deep technical ship management background. I also used to be a board member of the International Chamber of Shipping, representing Ireland for 5 years. Very briefly, my contents of the presentation are as follows. A very brief introduction to navigational claims and just general comments. A little about the Standard Club and our pool claims experience, the principal causes that we see associated with the navigational accidents, pilotage. I want to talk a little about pilotage as a contributory cause to some of these accidents and the conclusions and recommendations. But first, to set some context. The nature of the industry has changed. We know now that shipping today, the ship sizes has dramatically increased, including the windage area. That means that ship maneuverability at low speed has decreased dramatically, significantly. Also, our experience is that ship masters generally have less tenure on the same ship and less feeling for the ship handling because of the rotation of crews and experience around the fleets. Tight ship schedules, of course, sweating the assets is what every ship owner, ship manager, and ship operator has to do, but that creates tension, giving rise to commercial pressure on both the ships and pilots who pilot the vessels in and out of ports. And a significant element that I will talk to later again is incomplete and improper master-pilot exchanges. So you have a very busy slide in front of you right now. And this is the standard club, my club, claims experience for the period of 2015 to 2021, 6 years of data. And it is a very coarse cut through of our claims experience. But the one segment in the bar chart that I'd like you to focus on is the orange segment. So in 2015, for example, 9.42, and then 2016, 9.24, then 2017, 9.33, etc. So it's the origin, it's the orange segment of the bar chart is of interest here. And this is illustrating the number of claims that the standard clubs have received for navigation related claims. And those numbers, those percentages translate roughly into, for the periods, 599 in 2015, 592 in 2016, 651, 636. So it's of that order, 500 to 600 per year, number of claims. But when we look at the costs of those claims, it is dramatically different. And so this is the same orange for the number of slides now with the costs illustrated. And you can see the significant difference. So where there was 9% by number, the costs are dramatically up to 17, 28%, 29%. And these are of great concern to us. And the numbers involved for those costs are, for 17% in 2015, it's $30 million. 2016, it's $50 million. 2017, $52 million. So you can see that these numbers are eye-wateringly expensive and, in our view, eminently avoidable incidents. So we undertook, when we looked at those numbers, we decided we would look more closely, and we looked at all claims exceeding $3 million and made the following findings. That collisions and FFOs, 37% by number, 40% by value, are the largest categories, and pollution are the largest categories. Navigation and human element are the primary causations of those claims. And over half of the underlying secondary causations, again, were human factors related to colleagues, commercial pressure, master pilot exchange, negligence. We also discovered that there was no correlation between ship size and claims exposure. But the navigation experience is not just limited to standard club either. And here we have another slide illustrating the international group's experience. And again, you can see on the bar charts to the left-hand side, collision, FFO, and grounding. The number of claims is very, very high. There's indeed 122 pool claims entirely, but 71 in the group collision, FFO, and grounding relate to navigation. And the total cost of those claims, $3.45 billion between 2015 and 2021. Massive costs. So what were the principal causes? The pool claims, and we have some more information here, 74, as I just said, for a total cost of 3.45 billion in the period. Human factor related, and also they include the following. Poor judgment, loss of situational awareness, a critical point in the voyage or operation, inadequate passage planning, lack of shared mental model between the assisting pilot and the bridge team, poor master-pilot exchange, ineffective communication among watchkeepers and pilot, over-reliance on electronic equipment for collision avoidance, poor bridge resource management, pilot error, single point of failure, poor task prioritization, unclear who had control. Those are just some of the principal areas of concern that we discovered in our data. So now, all of those areas are exposed by the human failings and the frailty of the bridge team management and the pilot cooperation on the bridges of the ships. But I would like now just to focus a little bit on pilotage and what the future might be. And I'm referring very briefly to a report published by the IG International Group in 2019, and they made recommendations following an examination of 20 years of data, where each incident that they looked at involved claims over $100,000. And they made some recommendations along enhanced pilot training, enhanced crew training, proper and diligent master pilot exchange, better bridge team and resource management, and improved communication with pilot. Now, those are just some of the points that they made in that extremely interesting publication. I would urge you to download it and read it. It is of great importance to navigators generally and to ship managers. But what might the future hold now for pilotage? Well, we noticed that the pilots in New Zealand published a very interesting book in 2020, a good practice guide to pilotage planning, done a book published by pilots for pilots. But they went one better in 2021 when they also published a good practice guide for pilots. And this was, again, written by pilots for pilots. And it is an excellent expose of what pilots should be aspiring to when they're doing a pilotage operation or entering the industry for the first time. But they've also highlighted an extremely important concept, and this is electronic master pilot exchange. They have introduced in New Zealand and they are marketing it around the world. Many of the ports in the UK now have adopted the practice where a pilot sends to the vessel prior to its arrival at the pilot station the passage plan that the pilot will follow on when he boards the vessel and proceeds inwards to the berth. It's extremely interesting because the information is given in advance to the master. So when the pilot steps onto the bridge, the information exchange is one of confirmation, not information. So very briefly, conclusions. We do know that navigation-related claims are on the rise and the associated costs are huge. We know we have entered into a new era of e-navigation. ECDIS and AIS and VDRs are ever present on the bridge now. We also know that the master pilot exchange, that critical exchange of information, is frequently not done satisfactorily. However, we also know it's not just the seafarer who needs to focus. Pilots have a critical role to play. And so do shoreside management also. So to the recommendations I mentioned earlier that the international group produced and included in their report, we would suggest the following recommendations: that when ships are approaching berths, the speed of approach should not exceed 0.3 of a knot. Now that's really slow. That is 1 meter every 7 seconds. Very slow indeed, but speed is a primary cause of excess speed is a primary cause of these elisions. Therefore, we recommend very slow approach. We would also recommend not approaching the berth at an angle of greater than 3 degrees. If you do, if you're in a container ship, it's possible, maybe even likely, that you will knock over the crane. So 3 degrees maximum approach angle, early exchange of passage planning information, better execution and greater vigilance by the crew during pilot passage, better pilot training and communication so that there's always a shared mental model of the intended track, enhanced navigation risk reviews during sailing. My final word is this: if there are 2 plans, if the pilot has one and the master and the bridge team have another, there is no plan. There must be a shared mental model. And on that final point, I will make the following statement. A superior seaman uses his superior skills to avoid those situations where his superior skills are necessary. A superior seaman always plans and thinks ahead. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you so much, SAFETY4SEA, for having me. My presentation today is entitled Accidents and Lessons Learned, Finding Out the Not So Hard Way. My name is Danielle Centeno. I'm a loss prevention executive at the American P&I Club, Managers of Shipowners Claims Bureau, Inc. So you had a little accident. That's manageable. Or maybe a big one. What happens next? It's okay, you have insurance. P&I, or protection indemnity insurance, typically applies to exposures such as damage to cargo, pollution, the death, injury, or illness of passengers or crew, and for the damage to docks and other installations. We consider these third-party liabilities. The cost of these types of incidents are usually pretty high, but the cost will ultimately depend on your level of responsibility in the incident. Post-incident, a forensic investigation will take place, likely from more than one entity. Failures will be discovered and fault will be found. But the dust will eventually settle, and there will come a time where you can learn from the incident that took place. So preventing reoccurrence is one of the things that you will be looking to do. And how you do that is the 5 why method. So we know the failure. Now what? Let's go through an example of how to apply the 5 whys. For an example, a seafarer fell from heights, sustaining life-altering injuries. Well, first why is, why did he fall in the first place? The answer is, perhaps he was not wearing a harness. The second why was he not wearing a harness? He was not aware of the requirement to wear a harness. Then the third why was he not aware of the requirement to wear a harness? Well, he had not been trained to do so or told to do so. So our fourth why is why he had not been trained or told to do so. And then the reason is the company training material had no reference to it. Well, why, as our fifth why did we have no reference to it in our training material? And then the last why is the form had not been updated in 5 years. Okay, so from that, we analyzed a few of the causes. 1, safety equipment. Our crew members are not wearing it. 2, training. Our crew members are not trained on how to wear it. And 3, our policies are not requiring it. So from that, we analyze the cause and we can take corrective action and preventative action. One thing that's important about corrective and preventative measures is corrective actions, for example, may be as a result of a spill, you take actions to clean up the spill. Preventative measures are now preventing us from having a spill again. There's a couple of different examples you could also use for corrective and preventative measures, perhaps applying new equipment. This is the last part of this, manage the change, is very important, particularly when changing equipment on board or upgrading equipment. You want to make sure that whatever change that you implement is managed, is looked at. People need a time period to adjust to change, and looked back and seen that it is functioning the way it is intended to. And probably the hardest part of finding your lessons learned is sharing your lessons learned. So within your organization, it is important to learn about to share your findings and allow everybody to learn from others' mistakes. By default, your recognized organization is most likely going to be involved in any type of accident or incident. But if you can share with them your findings post-incident, it is very helpful, and especially sharing with them your lessons learned or actions you've taken to prevent a reoccurrence. Sharing with your P&I club's loss prevention is very helpful. And of course, you always want to leave out names and places. Remember, no one is really to blame, but everybody gets to learn when you are sharing your lessons learned. So I'd like to again thank SAFETY4SEA for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I'd like to wish, and Efkaristo.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today to talk about safety culture in times of change and transition. My name is Amelia Rocos, and I am the Senior Risk Management Analyst at Liappis Group, where we specialize in maritime security and holistic risk management for all fields and sectors. So, firstly, what is safety culture? Let's understand the basic concepts, because it is as a concept, it is not, it doesn't always follow strict definitions, but generally it is accepted to be a set of values, attitudes, and practices shared by all levels of the company in relation to safety, from chairman all the way to the seaman and everybody in between. It requires full engagement and commitment to safety in every decision taken by the management, the personnel, and all stakeholders. So when safety culture is at its most effective, staff have a proactive attitude to working to ensure nobody gets hurt. And this reduces accidents or incidents, saves costs, and allows for operational excellence, which ultimately we are all striving to achieve. So what does it mean for safety culture? What does the transition of the shipping industry mean for the safety culture? Because we know that the shipping industry is undergoing a variety of different changes, and that includes digitalization as the industry moves towards its goals for decarbonization and following these new regulations. So these digital innovations have great potential to reduce OPEX, and the shipping industry is predicted to undergo a transformation very rapidly, particularly as competition intensifies and as technologies mature. This transformation digitally and in terms of procedures, as well as possibly taking up alternative fuels, is further intensified by environmental pressures. So, because we are in times of transition, that means there is a skill gap. And this is the part of the human element, which is a highly relevant and important topic today that we need to address. So this skill gap means that between the existing personnel's skill and experience level versus the required experience level for safe operation in line with new regulations and technology. So the rapid timeframes required for digitalization and new procedures need to be measured with the human speed to train, to learn, and to adapt. And these factors that we need to take into consideration include age, experience, and abilities to adapt to the digitalized mentality. So this requires upskilling, reskilling, and possibly new hires. And so there are certainly some things to consider while doing that. And for these new hires, we are likely to see digital talent and people be taken in with different types of educational backgrounds, which is new for a traditionally conservative industry, and it may take some time for company and staff cultures to acclimatize to this. So we need to ask ourselves, is reskilling, upskilling, and new hires, is this enough to manage this transition? How do we make sure this is all going in the right direction and with a holistic, forward-thinking way, and in a way to strengthen safety culture? What supervision is needed for this? And when there's so much change happening, and changes inevitably lead to changes of crisis management, how would this impact the company and the safety culture? So as the time pressure and pace of transition is outpacing the human ability to adapt, this leaves room for human error, non-compliances, near misses and accidents, which are things we can't afford in this day and age. So to ensure a safe and secure transition, we need to ask ourselves, is the transition speed in the way that the industry is digitalizing and adhering to new regulations and changing the way it operates, is this transition speed outpacing the human ability to adapt? Have we addressed the risks coming from this skill gap and in the human ability? Have any risks been maybe overlooked because of the pace of the transition? And what about the other gaps? What opportunities do human factors in this transition present to cyber attackers or cyber terrorists? And what about, because training theory is different to training implementation. So how does that impact the safety culture? And how do we make sure that it's actually correctly, fully implemented? Shipping is an industry that also faces unpredictable revenue cycles, including fluctuations in vessel charter duration, in pricing competition, availability of vessels, and unpredictable cargo volumes. How do fluctuating operations impact crew familiarity and experience with technology and procedures? How does this impact the safety culture and the human element? Oftentimes, training is one of the first things to be eliminated when an organization is cutting costs. So what is the cost benefit for training versus the consequences from the skill gap and the pace of the transition? Because behind every cheap choice is a big financial risk. So this transitional periods usually do present various risks, and that also affects the safety culture. And these risks are found in the gaps, and in this particularly the skill gap and in the training versus implementation and the gap between that, and that has serious consequences. So the risks that lie in these gaps need to be quantified, evaluated, and addressed at all levels by those with the right experience, mentality, and tools. We need practical solutions to build the foundation for smooth adaptation to new regulations and technological trends. And that is a solid framework and risk assessment for addressing the safety and security gaps in the transition and in the reskilling, upskilling, and hiring new types of personnel. So we need to know also that this shipping industry and the safety culture, all of these internal changes are not occurring in a vacuum. So the supervision of the skill gap and the human adaptation and its feedback mechanism needs to have a big picture perspective. So maritime technological trends and regulations, they're not occurring in a vacuum because they're closely linked to a variety of factors, and that includes societal trends, sustainable resource exploitation, pandemics, wealth, jobs, peacetime or wartime, and other high-impact global events. So these wider geopolitical, social, or commercial factors also impact the risk level of this transition as they result in changes in demand, trade patterns, and other related activities. So we need to ask, what risks do external pressures add to the upskilled or reskilled staff, as well as its new hires, and to the overall safety culture of an organization? Are the human factors of the personnel sufficiently insusceptible to exploitation or coercion by external actors and threats? How do we know that the shipping stakeholders are making correct external assessments in these times of increased hostilities and turmoil? What about the consequences, impacts, and ramifications of a crisis induced by external factors? How would this trigger further impact on global dynamics? So when something happens like that, during these global shifts, events, and other high impact incidents, shipping stakeholders are called upon to make informed and correct decisions right away. So access to information and intelligence will be the key for stakeholders to have a factual approach to decision making. And this impacts, these big picture decisions impact entire chains of operation and ultimately the safety culture of the company. So an experienced partner in risk management can effectively provide the relevant information of strategic, operational, or tactical importance, together with the intelligence analysis and guidance. And this brings added value to leaders by providing various courses of action while taking into account the cost benefit of each option. Therefore, to truly prepare for a robust safety culture and to make sure that the human element in the upskilling, reskilling, and hiring of new staff is addressed, effective leadership and administration needs to take these external factors into account, together with the risks of a rapid transition period and their related human factors. And this way we can holistically, securely manage the transition within the context of the external nuances of a changing world. So to wrap it all up, what does safety culture mean in times of change and transition? So firstly, the leadership, as always, needs to have a big picture and factual approach to decision making. And that can be assisted by correct informative intelligence and guidance, which has cost-benefit optionality built into them. And for the crew and personnel, we need to quantify, evaluate, and manage the skill gap and risks, particularly of any human element factors in this transition. For company culture as a whole, we need to foster safety and security company culture, because those two things are interconnected and overlapping in the way that they affect each other. So the human element also requires proactive and dynamic risk management in order to have ongoing continuous improvement. And as a whole, for the transition of the shipping industry, we need a solid framework and risk assessment to address the gaps in the industry's transition and their risks. So by addressing all of these 5 bubbles, the factors laid out here, we can have a solid grasp of the safety culture and to correctly handle it and to bolster it in these times of change and transition. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and feel free to get in touch with us should you wish any further elaboration or anything you would like to discuss. Thank you.
Welcome to the first panel of the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Forum. In this panel, we will be discussing about human factors. There are a number of issues that we would like to discuss in this panel. Human sustainability is the new term currently being used in shipping industry concerning human factors. It is about dignity and respect for every human being in the maritime industry and emerged as increasingly important during the pandemic, representing a call for best practices that will enhance safety and sustainable performance. So we would like to discuss key challenges for human factors, ways to mitigate risks. We would like to discuss about best practices for enhanced safety culture and safety learning, human factors, skills. We would like to discuss why we need to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, psychological safety, leadership, and so on and so forth. In order to have such a discussion, we have assembled a panel of experts. Let me introduce them to you. We have Antonios Liappis, who is the Marine HR Manager with GasLog, a leading operator of gas carriers. We have Dr. William Moore, who is the Senior Vice President and Global Head for Loss Prevention for the American Club. We have Dr. Christos Patsiouras, who is the Dean of Maritime Academy for the Metropolitan College. We have John Southam, who is the Loss Prevention Executive with the North P&I Club. And the last but not least, we have Rear Admiral Bill Trulov, a known and familiar face, who is the Managing Director of Sea Smart, Ariston Maritime Training Center, the dedicated training center of Calivar Corporation, one of the leading training centers across the globe. I would like to thank you all very much. I would like to thank you for joining us. And I would like to ask you to have an opening statement in order to, let's say, warm up our viewers and introduce them to our subjects. Let's start with William. William.
Thank you, Vasileios, and thank you for being invited to this distinguished group of experts on a very interesting subject, probably the most important subject as it relates to the shipping industry, is that basically we are in an industry that is technical. We're global, but the most important thing that drives what we do and how we do it is what we call the human element in all its various forms. Now, safety is a huge priority for us. However, we see in a shipping industry where the environment and compliance with the environmental issues seem to be, as they term it, sucking all the oxygen out of the room, which basically resources and funds dedicated towards environmental compliance. So we see the shipping owning industry and our particularly ship owners I talk to very interested in us trying to focus more on safety and more on seafarers and training and their capabilities in an environment that is not always as it speaks safety, but then again not at the expense of actually trying to achieve what we need to achieve on the commercial side. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about those things, and I look forward to sitting on this panel. Thank you, Apostolos.
Thank you very much. Adoni.
Yeah, hi, Apostolos. Hi to everyone. Good afternoon, good morning to all. Well, being at the heart of an operational outfit of an LNG company at the Marine HR, the human element is actually the pinnacle of what we do in terms of operations. I just before we went into this meeting, I had in my mind 5 values that we share within GasLog, and one of them is reliability. In order to get reliability through your operations, you need to rely on the human element. And despite of what we've seen as a forward-looking statement in terms of developments, you know, unmanned ships, the future outcome or whatever, I think the human element rests at the heart of all shipping operations. Shipping operations are volatile, maneuverable, relocatable, if I can use the word, and we can do whatever we like with them. What we cannot do is we cannot operate without the proper human element. And then values like safety, leadership, organization kick in and give a form to what we need to have inside a good shipping operation. So marine HR and human element, it's the #1 in our agenda every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Adoni. Christos, your thoughts.
Thank you, first of all. Hello, Apostolos. Thank you for being here, for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure, and I'm really honored for being here with you today. As we all know, the human capital for all industries, including, of course, the shipping one, is recognized as actually a key element for 2 very important factors. On the one hand, safety of life on board, and as a top factor, a really contributing factor to most of the casualties in the sector we are referring to. So maritime safety and security are enhanced at the time by strengthening the focus of all of us on the human element from an academic scope and an academic point of view. We always try to train and educate students in order to realize, to understand, and to recognize the importance of the human capital in the shipping industry. We will have the time, I think, later on to discuss in more depth the concept. So thank you once again. I'm really happy for being with you.
All right, thank you, Chris. John.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Apo, for the invite and for being on the panel once again. It's always a good debate and a good discussion on these panels, so thanks very much. I think for us on the P&I side, we have seen changes over previous years in the way that lessons are learned, and there's been very much a sort of plateau a little bit in the advancements of safety particularly, and the original and traditional methods, as I would call it, nuts and bolts campaigning has almost, and KPIs and things like that, those traditional sort of safety measuring methods have sort of plateaued out, and therefore we've turned our attention to human behavior a little bit more, and trying to get to understand how the behavior and the human factor can make this plateau end and increase safety some more, be that with the understanding of the individuals themselves, the training, and how we roll that out. And it's a difficult time as well for ship owners as well to get the crew they want as well. And I think somebody previously used the word loyalty. That is in sort of short order these days as well. So there's a lot going on in this topic, and we've put quite a lot of work into it as a team at North Loss Prevention, which has led us to here, and I'm looking forward to hearing what other people's thoughts are on that as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bill.
Vasileios, thanks very much, and like others have said, a great privilege to be here. Thanks to SAFETY4SEA, and congratulations as always for bringing us together and keeping the conversations going. What you do really, really matters. Wow, big challenge today, a small topic, human sustainability. We could spend the next 5 days. You know, I kind of come into the conversation mindful that we work in an industry that has been around for more than a few years, more than a few centuries. And so we have a fundamental history here that always we need to be mindful of. We have been moving through a demographic challenge now for several decades, highly predictable. Some of us, our beards are a little grayer than others. We knew that we had a challenge coming, and then it was accelerated by a pandemic. Now we have geopolitical instability, and we have inflation rates out the roof, and we're transitioning a generation. So there's lots to talk about here in terms of the changing face of the workplace. I think as we have the conversation, we're mindful that we're not just talking about shipboard employees. It's equally challenging shoreside, and we know over time that shipboard shoreside relationship has always been challenging. Perhaps it's about to become more challenging. So how does that play into the human sustainability piece? And of course, you know, what hasn't changed is that the global economy relies on the shipping industry to move products every day. And so that business imperative against a challenging HR market where transitory workforces are becoming the norm, diversity is so important. So many things to touch on, and looking forward to see where the discussion goes. Thanks, Vasileios.
Okay, thank you all for the opening statements. I would like to start with the first topic to discuss. I would like to ask you your thoughts. What would you think of our industry, human factors wise, within the range of, let's say, by 2030? We've seen Generation X, those born in the early 80s up to late 90s. These people, Generation Y or millennials or Generation Wi-Fi. These people now are in the range of 25 to 40. We've seen Gen Z or Zoomers joining our industry. These people born in the late 90s, early 2000. These people are in the early 20s now. We're going to see them mature as they approach their 30s probably. We're not going to see any Gen A, those born after 2010, within the rest of the duration by, let's say, by 2030. Probably going to see some of them. What have we learned? Where do you see the industry be by 2030, let's say, human factors wise? And what lessons probably have we learned from the introduction of Gen why the millennials in our industry, millennials are being totally different than the previous generations we've seen. So what lessons have we learned? Maybe we have to accelerate these lessons in order to properly introduce the industry to the Zoomers and probably to the next generation, Generation Alpha. So what are your thoughts as we're moving towards 2030? What are the challenges? I mean, what sort of competing forces do you see human capital-wise in the market? William.
Thanks, Apostolos. Yeah, we've been looking at this quite closely recently. I think that Rear Admiral Trulov made a very interesting point, particularly about transitional, as it relates to crews. We've already had issues with the, nationalities and that, and, transitioning from traditional seafaring nations to non-traditional nations for some time now. But now we're seeing this additional issue associated with the generations. As we've been told, Gen Z, I have 5 boys who are in the Gen Z, or 4 of my 5 boys are in the Gen Z, and they don't like to read anything, and everything's quick and off of 2 or 3 minutes. You keep their attention on such things, and again, they don't read. It has to be very much visual type of information to really keep their attention or get their attention. Keeping their attention beyond 3 minutes is quite the challenge. So one of the things that we're trying to do, particularly at the American Club, we're trying to look at all the loss prevention materials. We have a lot of things that we've done in writing, detailed types of guidance, but to try to step back from that and look at more sort of quick soundbite type information so it's also very much focused on, really trying to say, hey, at the end of the day, this is your responsibility. You're responsible for yourself. The human element, we've found that with Gen Z as well as with everyone, that getting back to basics, despite the fact all the things going on, all the new technologies and the like, that just looking at these seafarers, that we just try to keep it very simple. And the basics, they have certificates that say that they have that they comply with various requirements, but when you really look at it in depth, you find that that's not necessarily the case. So we try to stick to the basics. Again, we also find, and I think the point was made, is all the challenge, or earlier, the challenge is not only at sea, but also on shore. And that relationship between them, but also training shoreside staff and having that capability. You've had past sessions with regard to, looking at such things as, hard skills versus soft skills. The soft skills are extremely important, trying to develop those both for shoreside as well as seagoing staff. And we find that as basically the challenge. But the Gen Z, yes, that we're looking at different ways to be able to tailor the message, shorten the message, simplify the message towards getting them to pay more attention to the things that will help them both on the safety side as well as environmental protection side.
Okay, thank you. Antonis, your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Tassos. I'd like to tie up with what William said just a while ago. It really kicked in my mind. The new generation is about reading materials, sticking on the Wi-Fi, what's on the YouTube, what's on Google. So I think kicking off from the baby boomers, no matter if we're talking about millennials, Generation X, Y, Z, whatever comes after that, we need to analyze what we're working with and take our skill set and the strong and the weak points, and then work with them to plan the next day. For example, the new generation is all about technology, is very well versed into getting into the IT part of the story, sometimes neglecting the background or the theory, but this is where we come in. We need to blend this all in an educational program, provide the data, move into the next era. And actually what we need to do is showcase the best that every generation has to provide. This is a techie generation. We need to take it. Take the exits, take all the apparatus that we have on board the shipping industry. Everything is getting automated and fully upgradable through the internet. So they really get along those things. But what we need to supply is the theory behind that, to make it work, to move us into the next day.
Thank you, Antonis. Christos, your thoughts?
Thank you, Apostle. Based on what both William and Antonis said, what actually I could add is that the concept regarding generations that you mentioned previously, this concept has something in common for all generations. This point actually is the old HRM, human resource management, versus what is asked by, let's say, young people right now. So what we had seen until some years ago, not many, but some years ago, is that we always used to focus and concentrate on issues such as employee recruitment, retention, or performance management, or actually the proper training and development. Over the last years, and especially after, during actually, and after now the pandemic, we see that we want to focus on different aspects. Technology and IT is one of them for sure, without any doubt. But apart from that, we have concepts such as employee relations, or interpersonal conflict management, or talent management. We want to exploit, the talent of our employees, and all these concepts for sure will focus on and will finally sum up with the concept of performance, and I believe the increase of the performance inside a shipping company, both onshore and offshore. So overall, I would say that there is a transition from the previous principles of human resource management, like the ones that I mentioned previously in bullet points, to the new ones. Of course, in the middle and in the heart of these variables exist the software part and the IT part, as mentioned previously by Antonis. Thank you.
May I quickly and briefly ask, do you feel that this transition is going to be seamless? It's going to be a smooth transition? Or you expect this transition to be a more, let's say, vibrant one? What are your thoughts on this? A brief one.
Thank you. Is this question for me?
Yes, just for you, because you mentioned the transition. I will go to Bill when he will be speaking. I would like him to address this as well. But what are your thoughts? Because you touched the point.
Very, very quickly. I believe that this transition will not be actually very quick. But I think that if we are proactive in terms of education especially, then we can train and safely train the young people for tomorrow, which is going to be for sure very demanding.
Yeah, noted. Okay. John, your thoughts?
Yeah, good question, and I resonate a little bit with William, namely because we're both in loss prevention, and trying to roll things out has changed. It used to be big books, and now it's, as somebody else said, Google and YouTube. I think the first thing is there's been a lot of focus on other things other than crew. You gave 2030, and we've got all the decarbonisation stuff, people putting money into that. We've had COVID, we've had all these things. So at the end of the day, it's not particularly attractive to go to sea anymore, or as attractive as it was. So you go ask yourself, who wants to go? And out of those that do want to go, the new generation to me seems to be in a pretty big rush to get to the top as quickly as they can. When I first went to sea, a lot of chief mates were still in their 50s. And it was a big deal when they got made up to old man. A lot of these people are now in their 20s getting up that. So they are in a big hurry to do there. And if maybe you want to keep those people, keep that retention up, which somebody mentioned, you've got to give them promise, and you've got to give them goals as well. And those goals we can tailor to make sure that the crew are the best they can be. And maybe that's done in things like training. You know, like I said, used to be books, like William said. Now we're looking at CPD products, focus training, small bite-sized things. Where is the weakness in this generation? Could be different in this generation, but they're still both in your crew. So you'll have to roll out maybe a little slightly different bit of training to make sure this guy. Prime example is something like Ectis, isn't it? Where your new generation's clicking away on buttons every day of the week, whereas your sort of 50-plus-year-old old man maybe isn't quite as savvy with that kind of technology. So that's two. You can't just roll them both out on the same training course or give them the same material each. So we have to sort of focus a little bit on those different generations on board, I think.
Okay, thank you, John. Bill, your thoughts?
Thanks very much. Yeah, a lot of great points. I think your question was what will change in 2030?
Yeah.
I would start by what won't change. What won't change is that the maritime environment is a harsh environment where we always have to keep our eye on safety. There are fundamentals that Mother Ocean will not let us get away from. The global economy will always rely on shipping. That's not going to go away. So we got to make sure this industry is sustainable in every term of the definition. I think we also need to listen to that new generation. You know, we are all of a common demographic here talking about a generation, but we need to hear what the generation thinks as they look to the future. Building up on a couple other points, I think the days of career are probably limited, and job is the word. Certainly from my perspective, I set out on a career that's now 42 years on. I see other heads going north-south. For many that we're engaging now, it is sampling, it is jobs, it is in and out. And if it isn't inspiring, thank you very much. I'm on my way to my next adventure. And so how we deal with that from a business continuity point of view is challenging because we're making significant investments. The other thing that won't change is that this industry will continue to evolve technically. From days where people were rolling boats through sail to steam to where we are now, it is only getting more complex. So the price tag to train and prepare our great seafarers is only going up. And so retaining that is so important, which takes me to a point that I've made on prior panels, that we need to make sure we're not only talking about the individual. My classic line, we recruit and sign individuals, we retain families, and it's not about money. It's about all the rest. What is the fulfillment for me? What is the fulfillment for my family? And how is this good for us? I think those are all things we need to think about because those are changing as we head to 2030. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. That was a nice intro for my next one. Talking about performance, because performance is a challenge in our industry and human capital performance in real terms, we have to consider the two main elements of the performance, that is, you know, the competence, and the other ones being motivation. All of you more or less touched upon these challenges. I would like to ask you, and that may be a brief, let's say, answer. I would like to hear your thoughts. What do you see will be more challenging? And Bill pointed out a number of motivational challenges that we have to face with this transition and the younger generation. Talking about the Gen Z, we see that, as you all of you made some great points about what is changing. So where do you see these key challenges regarding specifically competence and motivation? A quick one, William.
Yeah, that seems to be the biggest challenge of all. I think motivation for the older generation, I think, is a little less of a challenge as it is for the newer generation. But I think we've all really more or less already touched on some of those key points. And I think Rear Admiral Truelove made a very valid point, you know, that a lot of people are out there sampling and saying, hey, is this a good fit for me? Well, maybe not. That's not a good fit for me. And they're much more willing and sort of geared towards jumping from one to another type of industry. From industry, they don't even need to stay in the maritime industry. They jump to other industries with a lot fewer barriers to enter and exit than there were in the years ago, because just the way that they're geared and the way that they're educated and the like. So these are the big challenges, and John touched on it. He has a similar challenges with trying to get information out to their seafarers, for their members. Really, how do we keep people motivated? And again, the Gen Z is one of the bigger challenges, just due to the nature of that generation. That's it.
William, I fully agree that in the past, competence may be a key challenge because motivation was more or less set with the previous. Now we have a shift. Competence may be a challenge, but we know how to fight this challenge. But motivation becomes comes in the spotlight now of how we should, navigate around it. Antonis, your thoughts? You're working with these people. You employ them. You have them on a daily basis. You talk with them. What are your thoughts? What do you see?
Yeah, thanks, Apostolos. Well, it's a challenge. I will use the word again. Indeed, there are a few things along our way. Things have transformed since what they were 20 years ago when I started off in shipping. Now we're talking about getting the people to stay in the profession. It's exactly like Bill and William and Christos. Everybody commented on the spot. John. It's getting the people along the way, staying with you. You're building performance, you're building behavior, you're building competence. What you're not getting and you're not really sure you're going to get is retention. People staying in the profession, getting through the job levels, because really we're not talking about a career nowadays. We're talking about job levels. Staying interested and focus on the job. And that's what generates the final product, which is operational excellence. So if we want to talk what's going to be happening in 2030, then we're talking about a really technologically savvy generation going into a very dull, challenging wise era. But how do we motivate these people to stay in the job, get it done within the right, restrictions, and achieving what we have, what we need, which is operational excellence?
Yeah. Christos, your thoughts?
Thank you, Apostole. I would say that for 2022, most importantly, the challenges for the concept of human resource management can be coded into 5 main categories. Number one, the way that we will be able to make talent management more actually attractive in shipping. Number two, training and development, but training and development of young people with a specific target, that this training and development will be linked to a target. Okay. Number three, retention, that was mentioned previously by Antonis, and I totally agree. The retention of people. Number four, the diversity in the workplace. In shipping, this is applicable too. And five, last but not least, I would say that one of the most important challenges is seafarers' health and well-being, especially now that we are hopefully in the end of the pandemic. So these 5 concepts, these 5 variables is, I believe, the hottest topics, the hottest issues in terms of HR for the next decade.
Okay. Thank you. John?
Yeah, I mean, the word motivation is an interesting one and key, as you've rightly pointed out, and I feel sorry for Antonis and Christos with regard to that, because obviously motivation, you can't just say one thing motivates a whole crew. Again, I'll hark back to the generation thing. Your captain's probably motivated by having a half decent pension because he's only got 5 years left. Your new generation, as we said before, is in a big rush to get to the top. So 2 very different motivational factors, but somehow you're going to try and keep all of these guys, retain them all, so that they can buy into your culture and obviously improve safety in that respect. And it ties this new generation, their motivation of trying to get to the top as quickly as possible. I said it, somebody else said it, I think it was Christos. Give them those goals, that focused training, and they'll bite into it. But there's some things that training can't particularly get you, and that's experience. Okay, you've got to. We always sit and talk about lessons learned in loss prevention and in safety teams. You know, it went wrong. We've seen it now. Let's not do it again. If you're in that much of a rush, you can have all the training in the world, but if you haven't seen it, then it will affect your competence at the end of the day, and that's going to be a difficult one to bridge, I think. So yeah, I do feel sorry for people sat in members' offices. Someone said before, you know, we've got to focus a little bit on the offices, and we have in this respect with this particular question, because to find the motivation for hundreds and thousands in some cases of crew is very difficult. And it does knock onto competence, because if you don't keep those people, they won't get the experience, and experience fills in those gaps in training, I think.
Okay, thank you. Bill.
Thanks. Yeah, tons of stuff there. Really agree with John on that last point, to the whole competence and experience. And that's something we're talking a lot about. Is we've seen a significant exodus across the maritime sector. A lot of it was predictable, some of it not. We can train all day, but we can't make up for the years of experience on the deck plates. And so that's why I think increasingly the concepts of coaching and mentoring, and from my prior life, the adage of you're always in the business of training your relief, and every operation is an opportunity to learn. I think these are never been more important. I think, you know, fundamentally, what I see is incredibly motivated young seafarers of all cultures and genders coming into the industry who just want to be challenged. Their competence levels, I would argue, are far beyond mine at that age when I joined the maritime sector. I'm embarrassed by just how little I knew compared to what I see in the younger generation. And so I think we need to accept that. I think we get in our own way because, back to the history, we are by nature a hierarchical organization. I think we've been working a lot to change in that regard, but we're not there yet. And so I think in terms of motivation, I think, you know, our seafarers of the future, they're interested in the what and the how, but they're way more interested in the why. And why can't I have a voice in that why to understand it and shape it? And so I think as we talk about motivation, that's key. As I said already, it's less about the money and more about the experience in its broadest sense. And again, I can't overstate from my perspective the importance of this family element. I think that all comes into play. You know, by the way, they will hold leadership accountable to what the workforce looks like, because I think as we move through this iteration, those coming to sea are way more sensitive to the demographic around them and does it reflect society. And I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to go to the, let's say, my next topic would be about diversity, equity, and inclusion. A number of terms, not in our vocabulary, not in our agenda, not in the discussion within shipping, let's say 5 years ago. As I think Antonis first correctly pointed out, we've seen a number of new, let's say, challenges, and I think Christos also pointed out that as well, coming into the agenda. Maybe it comes with a pandemic. Maybe we had, all of us, more time to think. Now, where do you see the industry, let's say, evolving with these new issues and new challenges probably? And what do you see for the future with respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion? How will the industry will be affected, and what should be having in mind? William.
On the diversity issue, it's an interesting concern. Particularly, there has been quite a dialogue, and maybe I'll focus a little bit more on shipboard diversity. We have diverse crews as far as nationalities and backgrounds and the like. As it relates to male-female diversity, that's still a significant challenge. We have seen some significant issues with this, particularly within, you know, just staying local here in the U.S. We've had some serious matters which have come to people's attention with issues with the academies and some of the ships and the like. I am very keen. It would be great to see more women on board ship. How we actually manage that, I think, is still a challenge. there seems to be a need to really address that across a wide scope within the industry, training institutions, within companies, onboard ship culture. And we look forward to being part of that discussion. But that's something I think that needs a wider breadth of discussion and honest discussion about that. But on shore side, I see some really good progress on the shore side. But on the shipboard side, we still have some significant challenges.
Okay. Antonis?
Yeah, thanks, Tassos. Apostolos, sorry. Well, diversity is the keyword of the day, along with ESG. I think it came into our life really strong. And I have to say that, okay, when we talk about diversity, we need to define it. So there's not so many types of diversity unless we specify and we talk about the gender diversity, which is in a shipping environment, which is quite hierarchical and strong. It's something that we need to work really intensely in the years to come to see something happening actually on the positive side, because diversity needs to happen at the early stages where it's born. For example, if we have a maritime academy that hosts, I don't know, 100 students a year, and just 10 are female, then we're not doing anything. We need to boost, we need to motivate at the source. We need to find ways to intrigue the other genders to go into shipping and move them into the next day. Otherwise, this is never going to change. We need to get them into the shipping environment, get them interested through the challenges of the theory and the education through the institutes, and then showcase that life on board has a space for them. They're not, set aside. There's space, diversity, and it includes inclusion. It includes the other genders. There's no other way from it.
Okay. Thank you, Antonis. Christos.
Thank you, Apostole. Actually, I wanted to start with what Antonis said previously about the Maritime Academy. This is what I had in my mind, actually representing here the Maritime Academy of Metropolitan College. This is accurate. What Antonis said is accurate. Out of 100 students, almost 100 per year, only 10% of this, actually, as you mentioned, the gender part of diversity is women, and while the 90% is men. Okay, so this is just one point. I would like, based on that, on the diversity that you mentioned, Apostolos, I would like to say something else. We are actually in the end of the pandemic. So one important part in management of diversity is change. So we have to change our organizations as this concept, the concept of pandemic, has changed the whole universe, whole world. So just a few quick ideas: flexible and remote work. Now, this is applied in shipping too. Okay, so other variables that play a vital role now is, again, talent management, okay, which is part of diversity. Not just putting the proper people to the proper position, but exploiting talent. This is what I have said 3 times today, and maybe I will say it a couple of more. Okay, so diversity is a matter of change, actually, especially now. And especially now, we have not met, we have not seen the end and the concluding remarks of the pandemic.
Okay. Thank you. John.
Yeah, agree with everything that's been said. I think in the very first question, I maybe referenced that it's not as appealing as it used to be to go to sea, maybe. I'm not saying that any of the people here wouldn't make it that way, but certainly, it's not quite as big a advertised job, if you like. And I think Antonios used the word showcase. And I think that's probably correct for both males and females. Are females fully aware of the possibilities that they have alongside their male colleagues, or are we sitting, or are they in their own heads? Is there a this is their job, this is our job kind of thing? I think we need to show it, and I think some places have done that. And I'm going to be very unusual and talk about sport. We've got football and rugby and things like that, absolutely booming with the female teams because it's visible. Everybody can see how well they are doing. And therefore, younger people are starting to get involved in it. I think it's a very similar kind of idea for shipping. Are we showcasing it enough to build up that diversity and equality? And not just outside of the sort of gender and nationality. We do quite a lot of work in the autonomous vessel side of things. And they're talking a lot of it because it's still building up in its regulatory sort of framework there about non-seafarers being included in the control rooms of that. Technology guys, gamers, things like that, with a real sort of flair for that kind of thing. So there is lots out there. It's just what we choose to showcase maybe a little bit more and start to advertise it. When I went to sea, everybody was going to nautical colleges for open days and things like that. I don't see so much of it as I used to. So it's just something.
Okay, thank you. Bill.
Thanks very much. I just want to pick up on John's comments, which I think are brilliant. You know, in a prior life, we used to talk about maritime blindness. We're in an industry where ships come into port, they leave, but everything happens over the horizon and people don't see it each and every day. And so I think that's just such a terrific point. To the broader DEI, you know, I think we've all been focused on this for a very long time. We've always talked about what we need to get on and do, but, you know, at the expense of what are we actually doing. And I think, again, picking up on John's point, we're seeing examples where organizations realize that their survival depends on being able to give equal opportunity to the other 50% of humanity. And so you need to create paths that are clear, unbiased, that everyone can advance. And you also need to be willing to take risk and make decisions that maybe the individual won't have that 25 years experience that you would ideally like, but strategically, you got to make the investment and grow it out. And I just wonder if we don't have more room there to help us move this forward at a bit quicker pace.
Okay. John, you would like to comment? John, we cannot hear you.
Just very, very quickly on the back of what was just said there by the Rear Admiral, I think with regard to visibility of shipping in general, when you think back to the Ever Given, and the effects that had on the deliveries into Europe at that time. And a lot of people, I can't speak for all of Europe, but certainly in the UK, were a bit surprised at where their stuff came from and how this had affected it. It was almost like it had magically appeared in the UK from China or Taiwan or wherever it was built. So yeah, I think there is poor visibility in general.
Yeah, and that's a long-standing, issue for all our industry. And again, I would just a quick comment from my end. We have here, Bill is representing more or less the training center of Carnival. Carnival is operating state-of-the-art ships. Now, and again, these are cruise ships. Antonios from the other side, representing GasLog, state-of-the-art gas carriers. We're talking about state-of-the-art ships. The industry is not full of state-of-the-art ships. We have bulk carriers and we have general cargo ships not being state-of-the-art. Now, within the same industry, some of the operators have more challenges than others. In attracting people, retaining people, and so on and so forth, due to the size and a number of other issues. I would like to go to my next topic because we have a limited time frame here. I would like to ask you, what are your thoughts with respect to key trends and possibly challenges in the area of well-being, physical, mental, social well-being? Christos pointed out health and wellness being a key issue for all our human capital across the industry, on board and ashore. What are your thoughts with respect to, let's say, key trends and possibly challenges? William.
Well, physical well-being, we've been addressing at the club, and other clubs address that, particularly with pre-employment medical examinations of key crew and these types of things for decades now. I know the North has been involved with that, UK American Club for decades. So getting our heads around that has been quite easy in comparison to issues like psychological issues that we know. Mental well-being has become a big focal area. We have a mixture of what we've seen with regard to, one thing that particularly from the P&I Club side, we try to look at trends, but trying to pull these trends out with regard to mental health and mental well-being issues to try to say, hey, was there a mental health issue? Was there a mental well-being issue? Could be complicated with how claims are handled and how they're addressed with all the contracts and these types of things, and contracts being one of the things, but also the certain or many cultures, how they look at mental health related issues, that kind of complicates matters. We try to focus attention on just saying we see these as some general trends as far as mental health. We don't try to say, hey, we see this as, these types of claims, those types. We just say, hey, here are some trends that here are some general concerns that we see and have heard about. And we focus on putting guidance out on that particular area or in that particular sense. But it is still a challenge with how we address that properly within the industry. And I'm very curious to hear what others have to say about this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Adonis, your thoughts?
Yeah, very interesting topic, Apostolos. Well, it's a very wide agenda, crew welfare, crew well-being. Those of you that have seen the transition over the last 20 years, you start with the baby boomers that were captains in the late 90s, and the money was a go, and a good long contract, and then coming back to the family. Crew welfare changes with the generations, tying up with what we said in the beginning. For example, for the new people, it's a very short turnaround on the vessel, and that's why people now boom back to the ships, contrary to what we've heard. There is a boom back to the shipping industry, and because you people see the opportunity to go and work for lesser time with better conditions. And what are the better conditions? There's, number one in our agenda on a daily basis is internet nowadays, broadband internet on the vessels. Nobody's going to go to work on a vessel where there's no internet, no communication with the shore, the news, the developments. It's like you're lost at sea. So that's why the new people go back to the sea. They see a turnaround on a good welfare with good accommodation and a chance to hook up with a greatly rewarding job that you didn't get on your average high street. And then also, if you get your connection with the shore with decent pace and a decent environment, then fine, great. It's a great, job.
Okay, thank you. Christos, your thoughts?
Thank you, Apostolos. Actually, excuse me, employee health and well-being, both onshore and offshore, actually is one of the top human resource management issues today in 2022, and will be in the forthcoming years too. I believe that due to the pandemic, this has been enhanced even more, and it will be even more in the future for both people who work at the office and, at the vessel at the same time. I believe that fortunately, companies that over the last years have changed their mind and have started paying attention to the employees, and this can be explained by the improvement of employee health and well-being at the very same time. Some examples of that could be flexibility around hours, rest for the seafarers, more paid time off. I believe that overall, the solution to this issue would be just one and very simple. Surveys, for example, for the employees, internal evaluation, let's say. We can hear our employees this way better and support them on the journey to health and well-being, let's say. We can take actions further to that if we hear them, if we know what they want, And if finally we will communicate that inside our company that this part, the employee health and well-being part, is of great importance, is a top priority. So overall, I believe that this is something that we will all need to focus on in the forthcoming years. And this is a quite anxious, maybe sometime, but important topic.
Okay, thank you. John.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to bring a couple of those together for my answer. So like Antonio said, it does changes with generation. I agree with that. So when I first joined the club, there was a lot about sort of PEMIs and things like that, the physical sort of aspect to it. And certainly that was where we were when I was at sea. You know, are you fit enough or you're not going to sort of drop down where you stand throughout the next 3-4 months, you're in. And we've done a lot of work on that, and that work continues. I'm not saying it's not important anymore, but there is a new aspect to this with the later generation, which is this sort of mental resilience and the sort of mental health that's becoming much more of a driver these days. And then Christos talked about listening to the crew. So as you may recall, we launched the Scorer product in North, which was safety culture, organisation, risk assessment. And out of all the people that have done that, one of the lowest scorers across all of the data, the data that is in there is mental health understanding by the company. And that, of course, is filled in by the management and the ship's management as well, the top 4, to say, look, we don't think that you've got anything in place for this. So clearly, listening to the crew has driven a lot of the members that have used that to try and make improvements in that. And not only will it help the individuals that may need help, you've got to offer them help, not just sort of say, here's a chat line, give that a ring and have a chat with them. You've actually got to go that little bit further and give them some feedback and some help. But I think it shows them that you care as a company. You care about them enough to set these things up, and therefore that then rebounds into the loyalty we've talked and the retention that we talked about as well. So it ties it all together pretty well, I think.
Okay, thank you. Bill.
Thanks, and sensitive to time again, really appreciate the opportunity to be here. A lot of tremendous points already made. I'm not going to repeat them. I would just offer a couple additional thoughts. One, at the end of the day, we're talking about business decisions here, because there's a purse string attached to much of what we're talking about. So back to, you know, how do we have the right conversations at that C-suite level of where will we invest? And how will our investors hold us accountable of where we invest against many of these things we're talking about? So we heard ESG mentioned before. I think in many parts, you know, from that broader sustainability piece, that is the topic. This is a big part of that sustainability that we will be measured against. And again, as we look to the future, we need a workforce. The industry is vital. They will come in equally looking at the compensation, but also looking at how am I being looked after in all senses of the word. And I really do believe that at the end of the day, it's about dinner table conversations. How does the family feel about their loved one going off in that environment? Are they comfortable they're being looked after? And is the individual comfortable that their family's being looked after? And the business can't own all of that, that's obvious, but we shouldn't understate the importance of that relationship as we come at some of these things. So, you know, tons to think about. None of it's easy, but it's all important to sustain the industry over the long term and make sure we are attracting, contracting, and retaining those valuable assets that make this industry work. Without them, we've got a much bigger problem. So again, thanks for allowing me to be part of this.
Okay, I have, you know, we have a time frame problem. We have to close the panel because we have a program ongoing, and we have to match the time schedule announced on the web. I would like to thank you all very much for the valuable comments. I would like to thank you for the contribution and discussion. I would like to thank our viewers, and looking forward to seeing you in one of our future panels. Thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Raal Harris, Chief Creative Officer here at Ocean Technologies Group, which means I'm responsible for how we communicate our message and, more importantly, how we engage with the maritime community. So I get to work with a lot of industry groups and I help the teams at OTG to ensure we're making the right things to meet the needs of our various stakeholders. And my background is coming up to 20 years in maritime e-learning, in which time I've worked on a very diverse range of learning and technology projects. So a bit about OTG. We operate across three main areas of human enablement. So learning solutions, also fleet management and crew management software as a service. And if you don't know us, then you probably know some of the brands you see up there. The important takeaway, I think, is that we are a relatively new company, about 2 years old, but our brands have a very long track record of helping ship operators and maritime organizations to achieve their goals. Many of those being sort of getting new initiatives and approaches off the ground. Now, when people ask me what OTG does, I say, well, we power the people that power world trade, because our mission is really about helping maritime professionals to perform. And today I'm going to talk about how a human factors approach to learning can help to drive that performance. Now, we're going through a time of enormous transition in our industry. We're seeing huge disruption through global and regional crisis, and with disruption to trade and logistics putting pressure on our supply chains. And also changes to the way we work and live with the introduction of new technologies and automation, but also the need to move to more sustainable operating models, using less energy, moving to new fuels as we strive to meet those important decarbonisation targets. And at the heart of all of this are our maritime professionals, our seafarers and those ashore that support them. And they're the ones who are going to determine really the success or failure of all these initiatives. So making sure that they have the right knowledge and skills to perform to the best of their abilities has never been more crucial. And at the same time, we're struggling to find the talent that we need. We already had a shortage of officers before the pandemic, and I think it's worse now. So it's not enough for us to be able to empower our seafarers. We also need to be able to attract and to retain people and create organisations in which they want to work. The importance of the human element is nothing new in our industry, and for a long time it's been seen as the final frontier in risk reduction after various other measures and controls have been introduced. And OCIMF have made this a key area of focus, putting out two significant pieces of guidance under the name Human Factors. The first was the Human Factors Approach document in September 2020, which explained the distinction from the use of the term human element to the broader term human factors. And this importantly takes in not only what a human being might do, the decisions they make, etc., but also the additional factors such as workplace design, systems and processes that might influence those decisions, and in many cases may impede the human's ability to behave as desired. And these were further elaborated on in the document Human Factors Management and Self-Assessment, published the following year, which puts flesh on the bones with KPIs that can be used to measure your performance against. And whilst I appreciate these are designed for the tanker trade, I think all sectors should pay attention because, as I hope you will see, they have great potential to influence human performance. And as ESG and in particular new fuels come into play, all trades will find themselves pursuing that same agenda. I think we can see that coming through with initiatives such as Dry BMS standard, for example. Now, in these documents, it lays out 5 pillars representing the focus areas to reduce risks to cruise ships and terminals. There's leading and shaping the culture you want, well executed tasks and procedures, well designed equipment and controls, skills to respond to emerging situations, and learning before and after things go wrong. And each of these comes with a set of KPIs against which you can review your performance. So how can we get on top of these KPIs without overburdening our already overstretched teams at sea and on shore? And for me, the learning and shaping the culture you want pillar is the first in sequence for a reason, because culture is the place to start. I often find myself talking about culture in a number of forums, and it increasingly looks like being key to solving many of the challenges we have as an industry. Culture eats strategy for breakfast is an expression you've no doubt heard, reflecting, of course, if your people aren't on board with your plans, you're going to struggle to deliver them. But it's also a phrase that resonates in an uncertain world in which plans are subject to change and tactical decision making is required. You also hear it said that culture is what people do when no one is looking. I think we all understand that one, but with a remote workforce, that becomes crucially important. So we need to think how we'll get people to want to do the right things. And when they share our values, it shapes behaviour more effectively than it does through enforced rules. But when it comes to communicating and fostering our culture, we have some unique challenges as an industry. We're operating with an internationally, culturally diverse workforce, working remotely and in teams that are frequently changing personnel. There's different crewing models, employment regulations, and all of these act as a barrier when we're communicating a consistent message and trying to foster that feeling of belonging. And building your culture really starts with your values, and often the simplest ideas are the best. At one of our seminars recently at Posidonia, we debated this and everyone agreed that it really needs to come from the top. So simple ideas like using a rapid e-learning authoring tool to quickly convert videos and documents into a piece of content allows you to take, for example, a message from the leadership team and get it out to the whole organisation through your learning platform. Communication isn't one way, of course, and the human factors approach is very clear on the need to listen to the workforce. And look at this quote: "The company gathers information from the front line and provides structured feedback on systems, conditions and tasks." So using something like a pulse survey tool embedded in the learning management system makes it really easy to capture feedback and is really key to understanding the employee experience. Understanding how people are thinking and the reality of what's happening in your organization is essential to building the right culture. Every ship has a microculture of its own, of course, which is to be expected, but we also need to build consistency and to try and create good working environments across the board. So think about how you can build that into your learning strategy. E-learning isn't just suitable for safety and compliance training. It can be used to help you build a culture of care involving well-being, diversity, leadership, bullying and harassment. All of these resources your teams can use to help build that culture, and of course they demonstrate your commitment to a good workplace culture as well. And training is of course a key part of driving human performance and is identified in that second pillar, well executed tasks and procedures. But it also represents a broader investment in people, which is another key ingredient of building good workplace culture. Developing knowledge and skills with recognized qualifications can unlock new roles and responsibilities for individuals. And competency management systems provide a great opportunity for driving human performance. Of course, they are nothing new in our industry. We know they are key to measuring improvement and for demonstrating that improvement to third parties in TMSA and so on. But the HR benefits of competency management systems are often overlooked. They're a great way of facilitating transparent, clear career progression and enabling succession planning. They also encourage accountability and create opportunities for mentoring. And I think that's why we're seeing people like Intertanko and OCIMF and IMEC all building out new competency frameworks. Many organisations are also implementing competency management for their shore team as well. And I think that's something we're going to see more and more of. And lastly, they not only build competence, they also help build culture. Competency frameworks offer a structured approach to managing, appraising and improving performance by reinforcing values and encouraging a common culture. That from the Intertanko OCIMF BCAV document. Now, building and assessing competencies and skills means we need to create more opportunities for people to demonstrate that they can apply their knowledge in real-world scenarios. Coming back to the human factors pillars and the skills to respond to emerging situations, the Level 3 KPI specifies the company uses scenario-based exercises to assess the effectiveness of training for safety-critical activities. By leveraging gaming technology and mechanics, and of course cloud simulation such as we do through our partnership with Vasileios, we have the ability to integrate pre-canned and customized simulator exercises into the learning and assessment process. And that gives us a much richer picture of how our people are performing. It allows us to examine behavior and to see how people react to unforeseen circumstances. I've not really been able to give you more than a pen sketch of how taking a human factors approach to learning strategy can help you to drive performance. There's a lot more that we didn't touch on, but here's some key takeaways. People are key to delivering the transformation we need in our industry. The human factors approach offers considerable benefits to ship operators, not just tanker operators. All trades will benefit, I believe. Culture is key. Be creative in how you communicate it and think about how to get your message to your people. Understand the employee experience, the pulse survey. Make sure your messages are landing. Hear what's actually going on out there. Invest in people. Training, education, building skills, competency frameworks and career plans, all that good stuff. And create opportunities to apply knowledge. Whether that's real world, games, simulations, take advantage of these advances in technology to learn more about your people and what they're capable of. Well, I hope you found that interesting. And if you're taking a human factors approach, I'd love to hear what you're doing. But for now, thanks for listening.
Hello, my name is Captain Vasileios Velmachos. I'm the training manager of Konstantinos Training. I would like to thank you for the invitation on participating in the virtual forum. Today we will briefly analyze 4 topics regarding human factor. The first topic is the key safety challenges of human factors and ways to mitigate the risk on board. The second one is best practices for enhanced safety culture and safety learning. The third one will be human factors and skills. And the last one, number 4, why we need to focus on psychological safety. A little bit about introduction information. Shipping industry is a dynamic sector which is manned with officers and crew that operate vessels under adverse and harsh environment, which often becomes very challenging. Marine life is hard environment to live and work in. Hence, human factor plays a significant role on the smooth operation of the vessel. Human factor, with a broad meaning, will be concentrated on the aspect of safety and performance. Because the human factor, we have a lot of things to discuss, but we will, due to the short period, we will discuss only the safety and performance. The main scope while analyzing human factor will be to eliminate human failures, examine what the reasons lead to them, how we can eliminate and overcome the problem, focus on the safety, and increase the overall performance. Companies and organizations should adequately approach human factors through risk assessment based on each hazard, risk profile, and best management practice. Human factors can be categorized into 3 main categories. Either it will be personal factors regarding job nature and the company or organization. Personal factors. Employee's competency. What is the competency of each employee? In our latest days, we focus on the soft and hard skills of each person. A character, attitude, and personality. Physical capabilities, of course. The risk tolerance of the employee or the crew. Principles, experience, knowledge, and training. Willingness of and voluntary attitude. Regarding the job nature, clearly stated tasks, procedures, and instructions are very important in order to cope with the job required. What is their workload required to perform? What are their working patterns? The work environment, of course, is very, very important. Available means and tools to fulfill the job. Effectiveness of job done, punctual and precise, how productive we can be, effective communication, and cooperative. Organization. What are the established policies? What are the established procedures? What are the working environment? Overall control of the company and the organization. Workplace culture and communication. Of course, respect of human personality, personal beliefs, cross-cultural status, well-defined structures and duties, innovative, technology-friendly and implementation, ethical and fair treatment environment. Key safety challenges of human factors. In continuation, we will examine what is the human failure and how can be divided in two categories. The human failure can be divided in human error and human violation. A human error is an action or decision that was not intended. It can be subdivided on error action and error thinking. A human violation, on the other hand, is a deliberate deviation and non-compliance from a rule or procedure and can be subdivided on routine violation, situation violation, and exceptional violation. Both items, both categories are very important, but especially the human violation, that is deliberate deviation from non-compliance, it's most important that can be eliminated through good practice of the company. On both categories, there are many human factors that are leading to human failure. Safety challenges of human factors. Potential injury of either personally or another colleague. Potential damage to assets. Loss of concentration while performing duties, for example, navigation duties and cargo handling that, as you understand, have a significant impact. Loss of life and a loss of assets, economical aspect. Awkward behavior of crew members that could affect the whole vessel's good cooperation. For example, on board the vessel, one crew can destroy the good cooperation and the good environment that a vessel might have with his actions, of course. Ways to mitigate risk on board. Frequent on board meetings should be conducted with all crew. Identify hazardous practices and find solutions to prevent reoccurrence. Training needs to be identified. Establish an open line of communication with crew. Promote safety and eliminate dangerous living and working environment. Find ways to improve the well-being of the seafarers to relieve the working pressure And I'll make a parenthesis here. The master on board is the most important person in order to identify the mental condition and to relieve the working pressure from his crew in order to effectively work and live properly on board the vessel. Follow the relevant procedures that promote safety and avoid crew becoming fatigued, either physically or mentally. Best practices to enhance safety culture and safety learning. Of course, on the top of the list, focus on the human element, make a risk assessment, accident investigation in case of accident happened, suggestions for system improvement, and on this item, I will suggest that all crew, all members, all employees are part of the team. So with their suggestion, maybe the system can be improved further. Understanding the importance of safety for individuals and organization, familiarization with the safety management system, provide constant and adequate training, very, very important. Cooperation of all parties concerned, authorities, owners, trainers, personnel. Self-improvement, motivation, of course, and technology engagement and assistance provided that it is properly used. Human factors and skills, interpersonal skills that contribute to the achievement of personal and organizational goals, oral and written communication, leadership making decision, teamwork and collaboration, critical thinking, problem solving, good time management, professionalism and strong work ethic, flexibility, self-motivation and self-development, constant training and improvement, patience, positive attitude, and of course, effective listener. Why we need to focus on psychological safety? Just give a small definition. The belief that you won't be punished, criticized, or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. No blame policy should be adequately implemented. So we have the employee, the personnel, the crew that is always frightened of all these aspects that I already mentioned. This should be eliminated in order to work free and work with and give his most outcome performance in the company, in the team, in general. When you have psychological safety in the workplace, people feel comfortable being themselves, feel part of the team and being respected. Organizations benefit from diversity of thought, and groups of people with different life experiences are better able to recognize problems and offer up creative solutions that groups with similar life experiences feel of being valuable to the team. Crew psychological isolation strongly to be avoided, especially because the ship is already an isolated environment to live in. And this is of the utmost importance. Those behaviors, that crew should be very fast observed and probably need helps and treatment. Every crew on board to be treated fair with right principles, listen and be listened. And of course, I will bring the issue of the COVID, the post-pandemic side effects from COVID, either with a direct impact or on the seafarer or his family that will deteriorate his performance. Increased onboard workload, smooth operational requirements, risk elimination, perform company's policies adequately, identify employees that might be in the spectrum of depression and might constitute a hazard for themselves, their colleagues, and their assets. That was very, very short due to this session agenda regarding the human factor. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all the best. Bye-bye.
Good day and thanks for joining. My name is Konstantinos Tsochas. I am the COO of Capital Executive, and I will give a presentation regarding leadership and management in a shipping company. Leadership is neither equal nor synonym to management. So, what's it all about? As told by Cruz, leadership is the process of social influence which maximizes the efforts. While Bennis described the leadership as the capacity to translate vision into reality. As to the question of what is management, Fagel describes the management as the ability to forecast, plan, organize, and control. So, how does leadership and management function within a shipping company? Almost all shipping companies follow a vertical top-down organizational structure, a pyramid-like top-down shape with clear defined roles, lines of authority, communication, duties, and responsibilities within the organization. The highest level of management is located at the top, followed by middle management, and finally regular employees. Goals, projects, and tasks are determined by company's senior management and communicated to the rest of the staff. That particular environment generated the need for leaders, individuals capable enough to lead either a small team, whole department, or even the company, always provided that their position at the company allows them to act accordingly. So, what is the role of a leader and what is the role of a manager? Leaders establish company visions, identify culture, think strategically, and determine direction, initiate change, and shape new leaders. Managers, on the other hand, communicate targets, oversee changes implementation, work on the details and accomplishment of targets, run the numbers, and allocate specific tasks. What defines leaders and how can we recognize them? Leaders are full of passion for their work and motivated to get better and better. They're competent to communicate their messages to the team, and they are strongly promoting team spirit among employees. They're leading by their example. They create an ethical working environment in which employees feel confident enough to assume more duties, which in return allows the leader to start sharing the workload among team members. Through this process, new leaders will emerge, ensuring continuity within the company. As we look ahead into the next century, leaders will be those who empower others, as stated by Bill Gates. As to the managers, the typical skill set of a capable manager has a more conservative agenda. The greatest challenge lies with either maintaining or challenging the status quo. Managers are obliged to identify slowdown within the organization and introduce countermeasures. The manager should always take into account the capabilities and the limits of individuals, avoid overloading productive employees, or leave behind underperforming team members. Said conservative approach usually goes hand in hand with effectiveness, and without any doubt, actual, measurable results are the ultimate goal of any manager. Effectiveness is interconnected with the ability to solve problems, and especially in the maritime industry, it is related with crisis management. Regardless of small or large-scale crises, the general idea remains the same. A solution is always needed now. To achieve such results, apart from the working through others, it is manager's responsibility to plan ahead and set a pace of the team. An overall can-do attitude within defined time deadlines is deemed essential. Planning and prioritizing should be implemented on both an operational and a strategic level. And finally, if such success is not achieved, it is managers who should step forward and assume the burden of the failure. At the end of the day, it is yet another question: which candidate should be chosen? For what role and for what role? Since a silver bullet does not exist, a case-by-case approach should be followed to answer the question: what is the particular need of the company? Which individual profile has to offer more? Which candidate suits better to company's DNA? And finally, the decision makers' personal requirements and expectations. It is leaders who are the influencers who help grow and inspire others, while managers who are the administrators that ensure the organization is running smoothly. The interaction between the role of the leader and the management creates a new set of challenges and opportunities for the companies. Leaders act as a counterweight for managers' natural tendency for conservative. Their natural likelihood to create on an inclusive basis leads them from creating a vision to actual striving to achieve it. By sharing their vision, they introduce the necessary team spirit culture, which at the end of the day turns individual employees into a team. Above all, the attitude to overcome afterhit is prerequisite, allowing each member to express their ideas and contribute to the team. Added value is generated to the common vision as to get established. On the other hand, managers may act as a constant for leaders, which under certain circumstances could be beneficial. In practice, managers need to guide natural-born leaders to focus on getting results or avoid daydreaming and being too vague when it comes to setting targets. Setting limits and ensuring they are not crossed, representing standing company values, also contributes towards organizational stability. Leaders should also look to managers on how to enforce their authority, at least if their position justifies them. In some cases, leaders may refrain from allocating responsibility, which should be addressed properly in order to avoid companies derailing. When it comes to maritime industry, a series of particular challenges should be taken into account while trying to interpret the difference between managers and leaders. First and foremost, the dual aspect of the industry, namely ship and shore, and the way they interact with each other. When addressed to ship-shore communication, large time zone differences should be taken into account, a factor that causes delays and disrupt at communication chains. Additional communication barriers resulted by the employee prefix mix that may lead to misfires. Especially in the seagoing environment, cultural differences can create conflicts if combined with the work stress. On the highly competitive shore aspect of the industry, different agendas that coexist can result conflicts, and those conflicts, either personal or professional, can seriously disrupt the smooth operation of the company. However, it should not be forgotten this unique combination of people, if coordinated by the right people in the right way, thrives and generates results even in the most adverse conditions. The coordination is attributed to leaders and managers within the organizational structure. The million-dollar question in this case is how to identify potential leaders and managers and how to integrate them within the company structure. When taking into account the characteristics of both leaders and managers and examine them under the industry's special challenges, we end up with a series of personal values which the decision makers should look for. First and foremost, the ability to unify people and create long-lasting, effective teams by having a shared vision as a top priority. This demands on equally depressing burdens and motivating each individual so that everyone contributes to the team. Solidarity is of similar importance. The need to pass information and knowledge within the team is a crucial factor and will ensure trouble-free operation. Ship-shore interaction requires additional skill, which is successfully deployed and will create sincere relationship within the company. When emergency arises, understanding from shore personnel and trust from seafarers are the key points to deliver solution. As easily imagined, those bonds are built over time. Accessibility is critical, and then the willingness to overcome restrictions and work together is a must. The most profound way to strengthen ship-shore ties is by setting the right examples, integrity and honesty. Leading by example could be challenging, but at the end of the day, it's the leader's or manager's duty to guide the rest of the team, either regardless of being seafarers or office personnel. The ultimate goal of creating the best business environment could be considered in three main points. Managers should create transparent organizational charts with distinct roles and straightforward responsibilities. Unity of command is the key to avoid confusion and minimize distraction within the organization. Effective communication channels between ship and shore, as well as between shore personnel, are vital. Information should be passed swiftly between team members with minimal disruption. As to the ND teams and individuals, they have to act promptly and accurately, sharing knowledge and skills felt within the same point. It is this sharing that ensures much needed continuity. Finally, if leadership could be summed up with one word, this could be motivation. Making people happy to contribute and create within the company is the golden ticket to success. Motivation brings results, tackles weakness, and creates added value within the company. As to conclude, as per Steve Jobs, management is about persuading people to do things they don't want to do, while leadership is about inspiring people to do things they never thought they could. Thank you so much for your interest and your attention.
Welcome to this presentation on the link between loss prevention and human factors. So I can start off by giving a short self-introduction. You can see my qualifications here on the screen, but what I think is perhaps more relevant is my professional background. I am a former seafarer and I have worked in ranks 3rd, 2nd and Chief Officer on a range of different vessel types over a number of years. So this gives me a bit of an inside view as to why human factors are so important in the maritime industry and why they are at the center of our approach here in loss prevention at Alandia, where I now work. Alandia is a leading Nordic marine insurance provider with hull and machinery as the main spearhead of the business. Our head office is located in Mariehamn, Åland, but we operate globally. Loss prevention is an important part of Alandia because its purpose is to reduce accidents by helping customers to better mitigate and manage risks in a sustainable manner. And we'll be talking a little bit about this today. So why care about human factors? Why are they so important? Well, let's look at the statistics first, because this is something that we all tend to listen to. From an analysis conducted during safety investigations, EMSA determined that from the year 2014 to 2020, either at accident event or contributing factor levels, 89.5% of all occurrences were related to human action. So if the industry is not educated in how humans really work, what affects their mental and physical health, what affects their performance, then it cannot develop and improve its operations. The better we understand human limitations, the better we can mitigate and manage risks. Well, this all sounds very logical, right? So what is the problem? Well, the problem is that we don't yet have enough widespread knowledge on human factors. We have not yet reached what is known as the plateau of sustainability. And this phrase refers to the Dunning-Kruger effect. You can see the image here on the screen. You may well be familiar with it, but it is a psychological concept that helps to illustrate people's lack of ability to recognize their lack of ability or knowledge in a specific area. So if we look at confidence and competency, we can see that beginners get an initial boost in confidence when they start to learn something new. But as they discover how little they know, those confidence levels start to drop into this so-called valley of despair, before confidence and competence can begin to take an upward journey together on the slope of enlightenment until they reach the plateau of sustainability, where we are proficient at making good decisions to implement. And this is where we need to be in the maritime industry. Holistic safety is the red thread throughout this slide, and we'll briefly take a look at the 3 topics displayed that feed into holistic safety. It all starts with the organization, and here I would like to highlight the importance of company culture. The company culture is what creates the tone of the working environment, and the philosophies and values of that culture should permeate through all activities, both ashore and on board. It shapes attitudes and behaviors within the organization and has the power to improve performance and safety. This moves us nicely onto the second point, because company culture is modeled and spread through good leadership. And it should be noted that trust is a fundamental part of getting people to buy into the culture. Communication, as we all know, is vital to safety. Good communication creates a stronger team, and we must remember not to let the division between onboard crew and those in the shoreside office become too great. And then we have the human. The first and most obvious thing that comes to mind when we look at the yellow human section is mental and physical health. And I think that most of us understand that those two are connected, i.e. physical exercise can help to support good mental health, and mental stresses can cause us to have physical symptoms. But what I would like to raise in connection with our discussion on company culture is how attitudes have a huge impact on well-being. If this impact is negative and draining, then our mental and physical health can suffer and our resilience becomes low. This leads to lower performance and mistakes that can cause accidents. In looking at ability and limitations, the industry needs to adopt a positive error culture where we encourage reporting and we allow for failure safely. Here we come back to trust being the foundation of leadership and company culture. And you need to feel that you can report openly and honestly what mistakes have been made and trust that that information will be utilized to make improvements rather than worry that it will be used against you. Last on this list, we have technology. It's common knowledge that the maritime industry relies heavily on technology. And if you're going to lean on technology as much as we do, then it needs to be designed and developed for the user, for the human. And there are examples of this, such as Actis, which has gone through a big development process to make it more suitable for the seafarers using it. When we implement new technology, we require people to adapt, and therefore we must suitably prepare them for change. And this also requires an understanding of human factors. The technology has to genuinely enhance their job and make a positive impact on their working lives in order to stir enthusiasm for change and support acceptance of the changes. When it comes to integration between technology and people, we need to be very sure of where the limitations of the equipment lie and where the line is between the equipment and the responsibility of the operator. So for example, we take Actis again here. If you're using an Actis and you set the safety contours incorrectly, you can end up grounding the vessel. There's a lot of talk about complacency and over-reliance when it comes to technology. And once again, we're talking about human factors there. In looking at the business sustainability aspect of all this, safety should be seen as an investment, not a cost. But this in practice is actually very difficult. There is always a conflict between making money and having to spend money on safety. Businesses, of course, need to be profitable to survive, and safety does cost money. But if you don't shoulder those costs, then you will end up with the cost of having an accident instead. It's all about achieving a balance and finding the right mechanisms and strategies to maintain that balance. There are many benefits to investing in psychological and physical safety. You will have a higher level of retention of crew and shoreside staff, which means that knowledge is built within the company. You're not always having to train someone new. Improved efficiency and quality of work. Well, logically, healthy, safe employees take less time off sick or injured, and they're able to focus better. Reduced conflict, increased support, better decision-making, and greater resilience, as we discussed previously. They're all benefits of investing in the humans who are at the center of everything. Actions speak louder than words. What a true saying. So let's take a brief look at what we're actually doing in the industry. We have research, which helps us to understand human factors. If we think back to the Dunning-Kruger curve, we're aiming for this plateau of sustainability, which requires expert knowledge. There are welfare societies such as ISWAN who are offering mental health awareness training for the maritime industry. And this is helping our workforce to be more resilient through better care for ourselves and our co-workers. We're seeing more digitalization that takes into account the human user and supports safer navigation and operations. And regulations are now beginning to acknowledge the humanity of the seafarer more. There are also beginning to be more companies that are setting an example of good culture and showing that they value the well-being of their employees. And they're raising the bar for other companies who will have to follow suit in order to remain competitive. All of these factors work towards preventing losses in the maritime industry. And this is our area of expertise in loss prevention here at Alandia. So I think it would be useful just to say a very short piece about our own contribution. We provide tailored loss prevention programs for our customers. We look at statistics, analyze data, and we communicate with shipping companies to see what areas we can provide help in. We offer a CB mental health training package, which has been developed together with psychologists and mental health experts. This is available through our webpage. We're also committed to creating a more trauma-informed industry, and having held a series of online webinars and having collected data through our surveys, we have now just held our first in-person workshop to help equip companies with the tools that they need to better manage incidences of trauma. Aside from these projects, we have our monthly themes where we give guidance and information on various safety-related topics. And lastly, I would like to mention our app, which is actually the first of its kind, and it's available for free. It is interactive and uses gamification, storytelling, visualization, and shared statistics to support safety and encourage near-miss reporting. So please feel free to get in touch if you want more information about any of this. My contact details will be on the last slide of the presentation. So we have looked at what we are doing in the industry, but what do we need to do better still? We can see here the cycle for making improvements. It starts with identifying the areas that need to be improved and gathering information. Next, we have to plan how to make the improvement. How can we do things differently? Once we have a solid plan, then we can implement it. And the most important thing is to review whether or not it's working. You can read my 5 main points on the slide here where I see areas that need work, and we've already touched on most of these areas, but it is important to highlight that they're all interlinked. For example, we can take the last bullet point here and use maritime resource management to help guide good leadership, establish effective communication, and encourage safety. But MRM links back to the first bullet point on the list because it needs to be trained. So we've looked at why we should care about the topic, what we're doing about it right now, what we need to do better, and then lastly, we can look at some obstacles that are in the way. Or if you'd prefer to take a glass half full approach, then we can see these opportunities for improvement. Utilizing resources can be a challenge, but also presents an opportunity for improvement. Suboptimal resource management can really hold a company back. It can lead to poor productivity, increased costs, low morale, and increased occurrence of incidents and accidents. So we need to understand how to improve through human resource development. And a huge factor in this is creating the right conditions to allow employees and crews to thrive. The workforce plays a significant role in the economics of the company, and so they need to be a priority. And this leads us to the second point here about knowledge and how that feeds into making good decisions when it comes to prioritization. Knowledge is absolutely key. We need knowledge of how our industry works, of how human factors fits into the bigger picture. And then from our ever-increasing knowledge base, we will be able to better understand what changes need to be prioritized. And a good example of the industry making changes in its priorities, and one that stems from increasing knowledge, is the current prioritization of environmental targets. The industry is now coming together to make strides in this area, which is fantastic, and it needs all the support it can get, but we must not let other priorities fall to the wayside due to pressures like this which demand our focus. The challenge or opportunity here is to be better at finding a balance. And last but not least, it's really hard for seafarers to be a priority when they're invisible. Despite its importance to the world economy, the shipping industry is largely out of sight and out of mind for the majority of the public. This rather ghostly existence can mean that some shipping companies are able to go about their business out of the public eye, hiring minimal crew, providing them with minimal training, paying them minimal salaries, and really giving the crew very little respect. We need to build more awareness so that there is a stronger driving force to treat seafarers better, improving conditions and marketing safety. Companies need to be compelled to go beyond the minimum. So as a final roundup, we need to go beyond legal compliance. Compliance is only a starting point. It's the bare minimum. It's not the finish line. Safety is not just a checklist. In fact, these administrative routines that we're so swamped with can even create a false sense of safety. We get so used to just putting ticks in boxes and treating safety as a paperwork exercise that we could become complacent. We don't look further than the checklist. To make change sustainable, it needs to be supported through company culture. People are an important resource. The maritime industry cannot work without humans, so we need to put more focus on them as a valuable asset, not a disposable one. There is a direct link between human factors and safety. As we saw earlier, the statistics have shown that more than 85% of accidents and incidents are related to human actions. And therefore, to reduce these occurrences, we need to better understand the role of human factors in our industry. And finally, communication. In gaining a better understanding and improving our knowledge base, communication is a really important facilitator. And this means that companies need to ask their crew and employees questions and listen openly to their answers. Feedback routines need to be reliable and well orchestrated so that we can gather information which will allow us to make better decisions. So I believe my time is up. That's it. I would like to give a big thanks to SAFETY4SEA for having me here to present this important topic. Please do get in touch if you have any questions or something which you would like to discuss further. Thank you.
Welcome to the ESG panel discussion of the first day of the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Forum. In this panel, we would like to discuss about environmental, social, and governance issues in shipping, what we call ESG in these days. Activity around the environmental, social, and governance and sustainability issues is increasing as governments and citizens exert pressure on business to change their operation, said Allianz recently in a report. The maritime industry also keeps pace with trends, and thus we are constantly hearing in the news stakeholders to engage to many ESG initiatives. We would like to discuss in this panel about key challenges and opportunities alongside trends of ESG in shipping. We would like to discuss ESG monitoring, reporting. We would like to discuss key steps towards an ESG-ready shipping industry and possibly lessons learned from others. We would like to discuss the industry's portfolio, initiatives, best practices, things like that. And in order to have a meaningful discussion, we have assembled a rounded panel of experts. Let me introduce them to you in alphabetical order. We have Gabriel Dato, who is a commercial director with Safety Tech Accelerator. We have Raal Harris, who is Chief Creative Officer of Ocean Technologies Group. We have Ais Ayer, who is the ESG Manager with RightShip. We have Øystein Jensen, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer with Odfjell. And last but not least, we have Aydin Koutris, Vice President, Director of Corporate Services with Ardmore Shipping Services in Ireland. I would like to thank you all very much. And I would like to thank you for joining us in this discussion. I would like to ask you to set, let's say, an opening statement just before we start the discussion around the issues. Øystein, your thoughts?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to join this panel. As you mentioned, my name is Øystein Jensen. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer of Odfjell SE. At Odfjell, we are one of the major chemical tanker operators and ship owners. And we have really put ESG really on the front of the agenda. As one of the efforts that we have done is actually to establish this position as the Chief Sustainability Officer, as the part of our executive management. So we have been focusing and done a lot of achievements within ESG, not only our journey on decarbonization, but also on the social and governance matters. So I look forward to talk about this today.
Okay, thank you. Aydin.
Hi, so Aydin O'Driscoll, VP Corporate Services at Ardmore. It's great to be here. I'm looking forward to this discussion. So Ardmore, we have a fleet of 25 product and chemical tankers operating in worldwide trade. ESG is a significant priority for us as an organization right now. So when we talk about the E or the environment, decarbonization is the topic that is you know, most prominent right now, and we have actually established what we call our ETP, or our Energy Transition Plan, and formulated a team which are essentially working daily on the topic of decarbonization. We prioritize three kind of areas under this umbrella. One being transition technologies, so energy efficiency technologies, and also looking at future fuels. We also have transition projects, and then we have sustainable cargoes. And as Øystein mentioned, it's not just the environmental piece here. Social and governance are top priorities for us as an organization as well, particularly on the social side in light of everything that we've experienced over the past couple of years. So very much looking forward to the discussion here.
Thank you. Raal.
Yeah, thanks very much. And echo my fellow panelists, a pleasure to be here with you all today. So I'm Chief Creative Officer here at Ocean Technologies Group, working with around 20,000 vessels, about 1,400 customers across learning and assessment, fleet management and crew management. And so my engagement with ESG is largely coming up through conversations and concerns with customers, and then chasing down you know, the various rabbit holes of decarbonization, the social factors and so on. I think my perspective on this, since I've engaged with the topic, which is really just in the last year and a half, is that I don't think we should look at it in isolation. I don't think you can put ESG in one thing and try and deal with it. So I look at it very much holistically as part of digitization, as part of the whole drive to decarbonisation. And I think that it's a mistake to, I mean, it's very obvious that people are going to look at this as potentially another burden for the ship operator with all the other legislation that they have. But I think if we approach it from the right angles and we look at what we have to gain, I think there's huge opportunities, which I'm sure we'll get time to discuss today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ais?
Hi, pleasure to be on this panel. Thanks for the invitation. I'm Aish. I'm the ESG manager at Rocos, which is an ESG-focused maritime digital platform. And our vision is very much a zero-harm maritime industry. For me, I think one of the key trends that I'm seeing is, of course, decarbonization is a very key focus area, like some of my fellow panelists just mentioned. But what's really encouraging to see is the focus now on the importance of crew welfare. So whether it's decent living conditions, mental well-being, or the access to medical care, shore leave, there are various factors that, you know, we who are not on at sea take for granted, like access to Wi-Fi, for example. And it's very heartening to see that there is now not only focus on that, but it is now being brought into a holistic ESG picture. So I think it's a great opportunity for shipping to follow the trends that have been set in some of the other sectors and capitalize and report the not only the E, but also the S and G elements holistically, make it more purpose-driven and a very responsible sector. So very much looking forward to the discussion ahead. Thanks.
Okay. Gabriele.
Hi, Apostles. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak in this forum. Again, just to echo what the other members have said, ESG is at the forefront of what a lot of the companies in our space are doing. We as Safety Tech Accelerator, we are a non-for-profit organization spinning off from the Lloyd's Register Group, and we want to favor the adoption of safety and risk mitigation technologies within the industry. Really, this is our mission. And so my role here today would be really to deep dive and focus a bit more in detail on how can technology be utilized and adopted and perhaps transition from other adjacent industries to support this transition in maritime, because we know that our pain point is really that maritime is a bit of a reactive industry and very much regulation driven. So how can we, through the enablement provided by technology, support that transition in a way which is obviously sustainable with regard to the overall environment and the key stakeholders, which are our people, our seafarers, and a specific eye on their overall well-being and basically supporting them in the journey, because they're going to be a key part of the implementation of the transition into more ESG focused industry.
Okay, thank you. Now, my first question to start the discussion is about ESG challenges for our industry, for shipping. Maybe considering the post-COVID era, let's say we are post-COVID. We are not post-COVID 100%, but we understand, we would like to leave the pandemic behind us. We have to move forward. So I would like to ask about, from your perspective, from your point of view, from your angle, let's say, what are your key ESG challenges that you see across the industry, and any barriers and drivers for the industry to move forward? Konstantinos.
Well, then I can probably talk about this for the rest of the webinar. I'll try not to do that. Of course, decarbonization was something that was mentioned. That is something that we have had on the agenda for not only for the last years, but it has been for the last 10 years to improve efficiency of our fleet. And that goes hand in hand with reducing emissions. So that means that we in Odfjell, we have been able to reduce the carbon intensity from a 2008 benchmark to where we are today with 52%, which places us to one of the really high performers with regards to energy efficiency and low emissions. So decarbonization is really on the agenda. But decarbonization has a lot of different owners. One is the what we can say from a tank to wake perspective, but also from the infrastructure, from the fuel production and the access to green energy in order to produce the new fuel we need. So that's a ton of barriers going through that. We also going to see we're excited to see what the effects of the new regulations that will kick in now from next year with the EEXI and the CAI regulation, how the market will react to that. We are also exciting to see what's coming out of the EU trialogue with the implementation of the EU of shipping into the emission trading scheme. We also see a kind of a tsunami of new regulation that will also hit sustainability and ESG, as an example with the Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive. So there's a lot of things that needs to be reported, and there's a lot of challenges within decarbonization, and decarbonization is what's on top of mind for everyone, but I will also warn everyone not to be what we call having a carbon tunnel vision, and also not to forget the other elements that was mentioned on the panel with the social element and governance elements.
Okay, thank you. Aydin.
I think the thing that pops to mind for me when we talk about challenges when it comes to ESG is ambiguity. I think we're operating within a huge amount of uncertainty. Certainly when we're looking at the E element, when we're talking about decarbonisation, when we're talking about future fuels, when we're talking about technologies, knowing what's going to work and what's not going to work. There's so much ambiguity and uncertainty that we need people who are adaptable and willing to operate within that kind of unknown area. So I think there's actually a big challenge when it comes to talent, when it comes to adapting people's mindsets to really thrive in this kind of a grey landscape that we have. And certainly the challenges that we've seen in the world of late, there's been a lot of change and a lot of uncertainty with the pandemic, with geopolitics, etc. So when it comes to the S and the G, certainly uncertainty and ambiguity there as well. Big challenges when it comes to ESG. So that's what comes to mind.
Okay, thank you. Raal.
Yeah, I think I'd echo what Aydin just said there about the ambiguity, but perhaps more specifically, the lack of emergence of a clear maritime standard reporting in ESG. I mean, GRI seems to be a good fit, and but there isn't a prescriptive one there, and we never like that as an industry. It always makes things complicated. But I think the one that I think is the toughest challenge for people is the level of transparency that you're suddenly talking about. If you want to be able to, ESG is all fundamentally about what you can prove at the end of the day. And there is no way you can really do that unless you are prepared to be transparent in a whole range of issues. Now, I would say that's a very mixed bag in our industry. There are some people who are on board with that and really pursue that. And then at the other end, there's people who are very determinedly secretive about what they do, perhaps for good reason. And so, so I think that's the real challenge for a lot of people is one, being prepared to be transparent, but two, actually having all the data inputs that allow you to actually get that evidence down there. And I think that perhaps I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now, but that's one of the areas that is definitely challenging.
I have a follow-up question on this to all of you, starting with Austin. But I'll do it after we complete this round of, let's say, replies. Ais, your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So echoing again some of the past comments, the way the spin I'd put on it is, I think, of course, there is the transparency, which is a challenge. The ambiguity is a challenge as well. But how does each stakeholder in the sector define ESG? So the definition really differs from one person to the other, whether they're ship owners, charterers, or the other stakeholders, the financiers, or even some of the other married ones that exist. So I think it's important to understand the definition, to define it for yourself, and then to pick out the material factors under ES and G, to look at the relative importance of each of those factors in that holistic scheme of things. And I think that is one aspect that is very important, even as we talk about reporting standards and standardization and, just one standard for the whole sector. We still need to look at the factors that are material to each of those personas or stakeholders. And I think more than that, also to understand the place of shipping as part of a value chain, and therefore being influenced by so many other players along that value chain. And therefore, how does that influence the definition of ESG? So I think this has to be very clear before we move on to any reporting or transparency. So that's what I think.
Okay. Gabriel.
A couple of things from my part. So first of all, the first challenge is really having to strike the right balance between ROI and then operations in general. So, and also technology availability and readiness, as well as safety. So those are a few things that eventually have multiple touch points in common. So not all technologies, especially within the realm of deep depth that effectively you have to retrofit on vessels. Not all of these are readily adaptable to deploy on vessels, and there are additional safety considerations when it comes to vessel stability, for example, usability from the side of the crew, disposal after the useful life of the actual equipment. And generally speaking, the industry, as I was saying earlier, is more reactive rather than proactive, very regulation driven. So those who do not become early adapters will tend to run the risk really of being left behind, certainly by the large supply chain players. We're seeing a lot of, let's say, focus from players like Maersk, but further up the supply chain, people like Amazon and the Walmarts, they do have a particular focus and predilection on specific carriers rather than others, those that specifically focus more and are more transparent on their ESG approach. So I think there's a fine balance to be able to, that needs to be stricken here, and it's really for the whole industry to come together and achieve that.
Okay, I need to put some, fuel to the fire. I think we shouldn't include Maersk in the list of ship managers or ship operators, because Maersk is an integrated third-party logistics provider. So that to add some fuel to the discussion, it's not a pure, let's say, ship operator in the, let's say, conventional sense. So they have moved forward, maybe for the next step for them to cooperate with other stakeholders. But I would like to go back, because I think 4 of you in this round of replies mentioned the issue of monitoring and the issue of the standards. Now, every year, approximately every May, we circulate, we have a special issue on ESG, and we have a survey going on. We call it an ESG 500, among other things. And in these 500 companies that we monitor, not specific, the companies are not the same necessarily every year. It is approximately 250 companies, ship managers, across all sectors. And more or less 50% of these companies are not fully transparent in a number of issues. Now, we have a problem. It's a challenge, but it's actually a problem. We're talking about shipping, and shipping is not homogeneous. We have top tier operators like the one we have on the panel, and I'm not saying I have to apologize for that. I'm saying we all have to accept that. There are top tier operators who are very transparent, very open, going to the public, openly discuss these issues, and there are, second tier, third tier, fifth tier operators operating in secret with no transparency, as correctly Raal pointed out earlier on. And this is not a homogeneous industry. Now, talking about ICE mentioned something about standards. For example, RightShip is having one standard. I'm not saying it's the best, I'm saying it's the only one, trying to, let's say, assess the footprint with respect to crew welfare. What is the industry response to that? I would say, this is my feedback, and I take responsibility for that, the feedback is very poor. Many operators are very consistent trying to avoid the reporting and so on and so forth. So I would like to have your thoughts. Are we, as an industry, not speaking only about yourselves, I understand that, and I take it well in advance, are we as an industry happy with the levels of transparency, the levels of reporting, and do we need a standard for the industry? So that's my question. I would like to start from Øystein. Your thoughts?
Thank you. Many questions there. First of all, I think it's important to recognize, as you said, that there are a lot of differences. So it is probably unfair to say something about the industry because there are so much differences. Yeah. So from our perspective, we have been extremely transparent. You can always see through me here. If you look at our annual report, that is pages after pages of detailed information about everything that we perform, everything that we emit, everything that we have done with regards to social and governance and also emission. And why do we do that? Well, we think that that is important. We have done our materiality assessment. We looked at and talked to our stakeholders. We asked our stakeholders, what are you into? What's important for you? And that has given the priorities for us with regards to our ESG reporting. We report to various different standards. We have been working together. I've been a part of the reference group developing a standard, and it's available on the Norwegian Shipowner Association website, a standard for shipping. And that collects what we believe is the best of all elements. We have been working with Intertanko as well to develop some standards, but some of those standards just point you to a new standard. So that's why we have tried to do that with the standard we have done for the Norwegian Shipowner Association. So I would recommend to look into that. The good thing about that is that it is very tailored to our industry, but we also need to recognize that the shipping company is not always a shipping company. They have many differences, and also there are many differences with regards to the motivation for being transparent. I would encourage everyone to be transparent. We coming from a Nordic culture where we are quite transparent on all of these things, and I think that this will something that will develop into other companies as well, as long as we're talking about it as an example today.
I would like to hear from you, Øystein. Let's say I'm trying to rephrase the question just from a different angle. Given the lack of, I mean, even from the Norwegian standard, for the Norwegian Association standard, this standard for many across the industry is a very generic standard. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it's a nice, let's say, starting point. I know about the standard. I'm just saying there are many across the industry that would think that the standards, any standard, needs to be more detailed. Anyway, I'm just asking from your perspective.
I don't think that we should be too hang up on the different standards. Because I think that we should be doing the materiality assessment and ask what is important for us and what is important for your stakeholders. And that means that you don't have to follow each of the different standards.
That's okay. The question was not about the standard. I would like to ask you, given the lack of an industry, let's say, acceptance to a standard, does that, let's say, makes your position more, let's say, vulnerable in way of ensuring a level playing field? That's the question.
To be honest, I don't think so. I think that we are, from our perspective, we are as transparent as we want to be because we think that that has a value. We think that that consideration will have to be done by different other companies as well. And it's also driven by the stakeholders. The banks will ask for this. The Poseidon principles will ask for this. The customers will ask for this. I guess everyone has been receiving sort of KYC documents on ESG as well. Everyone has been rated by Sustainalytics or ISS or these kind of rating companies as well. So they, whether you disclose it or not, they will look into you. So that's why we have. That's why I think that these are some of the key drivers that you don't need necessarily to have that standard, but it has a benefit for you to be open and transparent.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Irene. Your thoughts.
I think I'm going to be repeating some of what has already been discussed here. I think in terms of transparency, it's absolutely something that we work very hard on. I think there are a lot of differences in our industry. It's very difficult to achieve that kind of apples to apples comparison that maybe would be there in an ideal world. But I do think if you look at the sustainability reporting and the ESG reporting that's being done, certainly by Ardmore's peer group, we're looking at these reports on a regular basis now, and there is an alignment and a consistency coming through in the manner in which these reports are being put together, and that's regardless of whether a person is using SASB or GRI or whatever standard is being used. I think you can still see consistency coming through in terms of the information that's being reported. And I do think transparency, it's becoming less and less of an option anyway. It's being demanded. It's demanded by our customers. It's demanded by our banks. It's demanded by our employees more than ever, actually, now as well. We're regularly being asked questions in our recruitment processes and by our existing employees in terms of where we are with ESG topics. So less and less of an option. Transparency is the only way to go, but it's going to be a work in progress, and it's going to take some time to get the full industry there, I think.
Okay, Raal?
Yeah, I've heard certainly people who have an appetite for a minimum standard on this, but I mean the problem with minimum standards is they can lead to minimum standards, can't they? So, and that the whole point of this is really that, you know, it's about proving excellence and the commitment, and that you do what you say that you do. But I mean, I get it, I understand it. It's all about sort of, you know, the competitive advantage, and we are in, I mean, a really competitive industry. We do have, you know, people undercutting, I mean, being competitive, trying to win business. And of course, it costs money to do this the right way, you know, to go this extra mile. So I think that what we will expect to see, and I think it's already been alluded to, is that the market will dictate this as a standard. You know, the market, you will lose business if you aren't able to pitch at the level that the stakeholders want you to be pitching at. And I hope that's what we see. I think what we do need, though, is, and I think it's come up a couple of times today already, is an alignment around sort of terminology, an alignment around the way in which we kind of like judge ourselves and talk about this as an industry a little bit, because it will help people. One of the things that I do think is a big challenge is for the smaller operators, and I think that was alluded to a minute ago. You know, to be able to resource this, it is resource intensive, and some of these smaller companies are going to struggle, I think. So what we can do to help them, and I think Øystein mentioned some of the initiatives, for example, by Intertanko, to help with the mapping of existing things to ESG reporting, and perhaps we can come back to what those things are that we can use for ESG. But I think that's important that we acknowledge that there's some support needed there.
Øystein, you would like to comment?
Yeah, well, just quickly, we also expect that the Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive and the development of the EU will also come up with some new standards, and also the EU taxonomy. That has also been something that has been developed, quite detailed descriptions of what can be qualified as green. And also we see more and more coming out of the EU on this. So I think that there will be more and more guidance, but there will also fall a bit more and more uncertainties, I guess. But we still expect to see more and more guidance on standardization, and also consolidation of standardization.
You're correct about that. Just to be, you know, on the devil advocate side, all these EU legislation applies to EU-based entities. And many corporations are not based in EU operating ships for a number of reasons. Typically, I mean, you know, many people are trying to find loopholes in order to, you know, deviate and bend the rule, to put it in that sense. I'm just saying.
Many companies also wanted to trade with EU, and I think that there will be EU customers. So this will be kind of a self-enhancing, I guess. So it's good to see someone big and driving this in front.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that. I'm just saying. There are a lot of loopholes in the system yet, but we expect, as you correctly pointed out, we move forward, and we have, I mean, we expect the industry leaders to light, you know, the road ahead and say they guide us across all this uncertainty. So I'm with you on this, and I fully agree. Ais, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat a lot of what has been already said. I think we all are pretty much in alignment with, you know, the standards being consolidated, adoption of standards, especially among the larger players, and maybe a trickle down onto smaller players as regulation becomes more and more important and there is greater demand for transparency. I think the small spin I'd like to add here is going back to how every organization can approach this, is that ESG is, of course, very purpose-led. So unlike financial reporting, which has its own objectives. So I think it's important to integrate sustainability and ESG targets and make them align with each company's business strategy. So the ESG strategy has to align with the business strategy. And I think once that adoption is achieved and it's in alignment with the goals of the organization, then it's much easier. It already sets the basis and the standard to achieve transparency, get data sets together, and achieve the reporting consistency that we are looking for. So I think that alignment is very important to have as part of any company strategy.
Okay, thank you. Gabriel.
Completely agree with what's been said so far in relation to the transparency and also in relation to the standard, which we can all agree it's not quite there yet. I think here technology has a key role to play, especially when we think about technology as an unbiased, let's say, way to take measurements. And these measurements are not only concerning, for example, emissions, but also when it comes to fitness for duty or fatigue, specifically related to the crew conditions. So possibly shifting away, and we're looking to collaborate also with regulators to shift away from a work and rest hour standard model, talking specifically about the crew, but also looking at the actual fatigue and fitness and the readiness for duty. Another thing that is important to keep to mind is areas of responsibilities in a way, because it would be a fallacy to just think that if we're measuring a vessel's emission, we can measure those emissions out of the funnel, because there's a whole life cycle there that needs to be taken into consideration. And so where do we start counting? How do we compartmentalize the responsibilities, and therefore how do we set the reporting baselines? And this is where, again, technology can be quite useful. I'm talking about blockchain, for example, here when it comes to tracking the overall life cycle emissions for a specific fuel, for example, that culminates with emissions out of the funnel, but really originates many days and many miles away from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I would like to ask you if at any point you would like to comment on any initiatives you've seen across the industry that you'd like to comment on by, let's say, assisting our industry to move the agenda forward. I would like just to say as a quick comment, let's say, we've seen the introduction of the Global Maritime Forum a few years ago. I think the introduction of the Global Maritime Forum as a forum to move the industry, forward has assisted our industry ESG-wise. It's not only decarbonization, there are other parameters as well. Would you like to comment on any sort of initiatives you've seen across the industry acting as a positive reinforcement, let's say, to move the industry forward? Any thoughts from any of you? I mean, I would like to also, positively comment on the initiative taken by RightShip on the crew welfare. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's, let's say, to the minimum standards level. I would say it's a rather tough standard, but anyway, it's a standard. I mean, it's something, it's an initiative, it moves the industry forward. Any thoughts, any of you?
Well, I can have some comments on that. Let's look at this from three perspectives. One is the regulatory perspective, where if we can call the regulation some initiatives, where we have emission of the included of emission trading scheme, we have the EU regulations, and that will be creating a lot of impact. And then we have the kind of expectancy regulations, like the Poseidon principles, and that's coming from the banks, and also the Sea Cargo Charter. And the interesting with Sea Cargo Charter is that this is the charter initiatives, and this is not from shipping perspective, and that leads to a kind of a commercial driver for this. And that's why I think that is a good initiative. And we have also elements. We are not operating in the container industry, but the COSEV initiative of the coalition of the zero emission, where you have transporters like Microsoft, like IBM, and IKEA, where they require a fossil fuel transportation in 2040. That will mean that the charter will be on the agenda, putting a pressure on the shipping companies. And these are the things that are the initiatives that I think would drive our industry, together with the regulation and also together with the expectancies from our financing.
I would like to also just add that communication and collaboration in these days is the new fuel. So moving, moving the discussion forward, because we have to discuss and, have an interface with other stakeholders. As you, Austin, correctly pointed out, we have seen charters, let's say, 20 years ago, that be something like a Star Trek, something like a Star Wars fantasy or something like that. Now it's reality. We've seen charterers taking a step. I'm not saying there's a commitment, financial wise. It's one step at a time. It's a nice step to move the industry forward. That's, we have to discuss and we have to collaborate at some point. So absolutely. Any other thoughts?
I mean, I'll come in if I may. I think that, when I'm starting to talk with with our customers about how they can start to sort of build out that ESG story. I think there's a lot of things out there that we can leverage already as an industry. You know, if we look at ESG as sort of really trying for us to be the best we can be for our people, particularly, but also, you know, clearly on the environmental process, and then naturally that being a well-governed business, you know, there's a lot of stuff out there in the oil trade which has been aiming at much higher, you know, way above ordinary minimum standards and compliance levels for some time. And I think there's some great stuff in there, you know, looking at behavioral competency, for example, that immediately takes us into looking at human factors work. That Occam have published some great stuff there that I often find myself talking about when we talk about this, and building cultures and all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of good guidance there already. Things like competency management systems, when we talk about taking care of sort of, you know, how we raise that level from, say, basic safety to occupational safety, and then to actually really looking after our people, building their careers, looking at them as an asset. You know, all of those things are already there. They're just not being used as extensively as they could be, or not as, you know, and not perhaps as deeply as they could be. So I think that a lot of what I see with ESG and supporting ESG is really amping up a lot of what we're already doing anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Anyone else would like to comment on this?
If I can jump in there, Apostles, it's again very much driven by the, let's say, the most innovative, the most blue chip. And going back to what you were saying earlier, what 20 years ago would have been, you know, science fiction for charters, we're now seeing that actually being driven, possibly because from, you know, if you're a charter, you also have your own customers that are putting pressure on you, and therefore you put pressure down the chain. We're now starting, as an example, to cooperate with one of the largest blue chip bulker operators in the segment that are looking to abate emissions by means of a proactive out cleaning, coupled with a direct digital measurement of the emissions. So this is a pilot of various bits of technologies that we're going to be basically deploying on vessels. Obviously, that also requires a buy-in of the technical managers, of the owners, and therefore it's we're seeing how this is being, in a way, forced down the chain, but more readily adopted because it's becoming a market requirement. In order for you to win business today and tomorrow more than ever, there is going to be, you know, there's going to be this push, especially from customers, and that is going to be passed down the chain eventually.
Okay. Now, my next question is about best practices and lessons learned from other industries. Any thoughts on that? Are there any best practices and lessons to be learned, maybe from other industries? Your thoughts, Austin?
Of course, there are a lot that can be learned from other industries that has been focusing on this. I think that from our perspectives, what we have done is that we have started with the materiality assessment. We have also done our climate risk assessment and nature risk assessment, and looking at what is the key driver for us. And then what was also very important is to get control of our data. So we need to make sure that we are able to capture the data and ensure that we have high quality data. And in that space, I think that we can learn a lot from other different companies. We have been in dialogue with several other companies, especially within oil and gas industry, because they were struggling with the same. And there was a lot of papers that needs to be transferred into the digitalization and also get control of data. Since we have been able to collect and ensure high quality data, that has been given us the opportunity to take faster and better decisions. It has been given us the opportunity to look at where we can drive decarbonization, where we can improve efficiency, and all these matters. That had not been possible if we had not been able to collect and clean the data. So I think what the EU has been talking about is the twin transition of decarbonization and digitalization, and I think within that field there will be a lot of touch points with a lot of opportunities to learn from other sectors within digitalization.
Absolutely. Heidi, thoughts?
I think one area where we may have a lot to learn from other industries might actually be in the diversity and inclusion space, particularly when we look at the issue of gender diversity. I think that it's something that our industry grapples with. we face a unique set of challenges when it comes to particularly gender diversity within this industry, but other types of diversity as well. And I think it can be very helpful to look at some industries who are a little bit further down the road in terms of tackling these questions, in terms of data collection, in terms of action items. I think there's great initiatives happening. There's the All Aboard Alliance, which Ardmore has just recently signed up to, which is doing great work in terms of trying to map out a plan for us individually as companies, but also as an industry in terms of tackling this. But there's a lot to learn. And I think looking outside of our industry in that area could provide some really interesting insights and learnings for us.
Okay, Raal?
Well, I don't feel I've got enough time to keep up with our industry, let alone with all the others. I probably should spend more time. But I do think there are a couple of points that I could make. I think the first is that even within our industry, there's some quite interesting perspectives. And an industry, like the cruise industry, when I was out in Miami at their big show earlier this year, their ESG debate is much different in focus. It's just as important, but they've got a lot of, because they've got those touch points with those customers coming on board the ship. It's a slightly different, and the rub against the coastal communities is much more profound. So they're coming out from slightly different aspect as well, which kind of made me think about a lot of the soft parts of ESG. So a lot of it's hard reporting, but there's also that soft thing that about I think Aidan mentioned there, that it's about what your employees think. They're not going to read maybe your sustainability report, but they need to know that they're part of an organization that cares about the things that they care about. So and they're that direct connection with consumers, I think, as well, kind of makes that pitch. And then the other things to say is that what we develop, we can't develop in isolation. And this is really kind of comes down to a lot of the groups that I'm on. The All Aboard Alliance is one, the other, the Just Transition group, where we're looking at where we're going to get that diversity of workforce, and a lot of the discussion there is really interesting about what transferable skills there might be, so that we can actually start to think about careers that are in part ashore and a part at sea, and then get a much wider pool of talent to bring into the industry. So I think it's important that we do it in lockstep as we take our approach to ESG, that we are looking at how all of these value chains meet essentially. And that, I think, will give us a much richer picture, rather than the tradition, which has been to say, well, we're shipping, we're different, we're special, we need our own way of doing this. I don't think we can do that anymore. It's just too interconnected.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to also, acknowledge the fact that with respect to ESG, those who are, let's say, in a lot of, bigger pressure are those who operate in the let's say on the segment closer to business to consumer, not business to business. So the cruise industry and the container industry are having these on a day-to-day basis. For a cruise operator, they have the ship boarded by passengers, and the passengers asking questions need to know. Absolutely, the container is the next one. Not necessarily the same for those who have, let's say, general cargo ships or bulk carrier ships, that sort of operators. And I fully agree with you. There's a lot of initiatives across the industry and a lot of collaboration over the course of the last, I would say, 5 to 7 years. We've seen collaboration across the industry on a number of issues, and that's a good thing. That was not the case, let's say, 10 years ago. Ais, your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I also agree that the social side is something that the sector really needs to focus on, both in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, and also in terms of training and upskilling the labor force. So are they able to, if somebody wants to switch from being an onshore employee to offshore, or the other way around, you're not able to be at sea because of family commitments and you want to work onshore, then I think there has to be that allowance to transition from one area to the other, and constant upskilling as well. So I think the training and development focus, which is there in a lot of other sectors, is something that can be definitely focused on and developed. Even in terms of environmental side, I think the responsibility, a lot of focus is on emissions, but I think focusing on marine pollution, conservation of marine ecosystems, I can see that there's a lot of work being done there. It's very fragmented, but I think a lot of it needs to come together to set up the sector as a socially and environmentally responsible one, similar to a lot of other industries. So these are the two focus areas I see.
Okay, Gabriel?
I think first of all, it's important to have a right roadmap for implementation, especially, coming into my area of remit, which is technology, having a comprehensive technology roadmap to link basically the short, the medium, and long-term actions, and also making sure that we bridge the gap between current and future safety challenges in respect to those safety operations. It's also important to note that whenever we are exporting or transplanting, if you will, a technology from an industry such as aviation or automotive, whatever that might be, into maritime, we also need, as adopters, we need to have these technologies navigate the maritime world, which is very difficult, very complicated in terms of the multiple stakeholders, in terms of the legal structures, in terms of generally quite lean and ever-changing operations. So it's important to have the right, let's say, advisor that can guide not only build this roadmap for maritime, for shipping companies, but also support technologies that we might take from adjacent industries and make sure that this can be deployed effectively, but also safely within the maritime environment, which is something that today we have not really been too much exposed to, simply because there's not been such a massive adoption of these technologies. But the more we become a digitalized shipping industry, the more we transplant more and more of these technologies, the more we need to have these stakeholders, these tech companies navigate our environment.
Really, I have a follow-up question for you with two parts. How happy are you? I mean, over there in Safety Tech Accelerator, Safety Tech is a fast-growing sector in other industries. It's not like climate tech, but it's still a fast-growing sector. How happy are you with the adoption that you're seeing on the safety tech technologies across the industry? And what sort of next developments you expect to see in shipping with respect to safety tech?
So how happy we are, I would say mixed feelings. We're certainly starting to see a lot more interest and a lot more adoption. We're not nowhere near industries. We do work with construction, with mining as well, where these issues are felt a lot more, where there are, let's say, specific departments and that spend millions of dollars within innovation. So this doesn't happen in maritime. Nonetheless, we do have, we're starting to see smaller teams popping up in the industry leading companies. We're starting to see this interest and we're starting to see let's say the desire to pilot new technologies. So there are some shipping companies that do like to play around and see how the crew, not just the operations, but how the actual crew from a human factors perspective respond to piloting and rolling out these technologies on board. We're also quite complicated as an industry to navigate in a way, because if we're talking about a ship-to-shore interaction, for instance, there are many stakeholders and many different interests that overlap. So I remember looking at the technology that makes, let's say, the lifting of containers on board safer. But we're coming into an area where you have the ship owner operations, obviously, you have the stevedores operation, you have the port terminal operations, and the question starts sprouting, okay, somebody's going to pay for this technology, but other people might be wrapping up the benefits. So we come to a nearshore environment where there are many stakeholders coming up and with interests overlapping. So we're starting to see a big uptake. We're our hands quite full at the moment with Safety Tech. We're launching initiatives about methane abatement. We're launching innovation initiatives about the prevention and loss, and how to prevent cargo fire and loss with some of the key industry players. But again, there's more that can be done within the industry.
Thank you. Now, my next question, we're talking about when across the industry we talk about ESG, many people are focusing on the epsilon, on the E of the ESG. How about social and governance? Is there life beyond the epsilon of the ESG? And where should we be focusing? What should we be expecting with respect to social and governance? Your thoughts, Austin?
Well, I think that was also something that I mentioned earlier, that we should not have the carbon tunnel vision, because sustainability is so much more than reducing carbon. For us, that's an integrated part of our business. So that is something that we handle with our vessels. So it's not really a sustainability element. It's just that is something that handled as a core business to decarbonization. Yeah. So that gives us the perspectives of social and governance. I think that the last couple of years has really demonstrated our vulnerability as people towards just not only physical health with the pandemic, but also the mental health of seafarers being stuck at sea or people being stuck at home. So I think that the safety of our people, that will always be our priority, but also the well-being of our people is always something that is important. And I also think that the challenges that we see ahead, where decarbonization is one of them, and to tackle climate crisis, to tackle the nature crisis, and to tackle digitalization and capture the opportunities. In order to do that, it is not really good business to select people from 50% of the population. You need to get the whole of the population to get this new talent, and that is why diversity is an important thing. And I don't think that we're not only focusing on gender diversity. I think of diversity as diversity of mind, and it is so that the men and women, they think a little bit differently. We approach the problems differently. So in a kind of a secondary perspective, gender diversity is important, but also cultural diversity. So diversity of mind is for us a great value, and we need to capture that. For the governance element, I think that is something that needs to be there. We need to make sure that we are above the bar and we raise the bar. We cannot accept corruption. We cannot accept the compromising on sanctions. We cannot accept the money laundering, trafficking, all these kind of regulations, and we make sure that we follow that we are compliant with the ongoing regulations. So for the governance element, we need to be above the bar. We have a responsibility to lift the bar. And on the sustainability, on social, we need to focus on safety, social, and also what we have seen now, the transparency and focus on human rights.
Okay, I think.
Yep, I'll try and avoid too much repetition here, because I would just like to.
Nicely rounded up, very nicely rounded up.
Exactly. I think everything was covered there in one nice package. So let me just see if I can add a couple of points. Yes, I think we've mentioned the diversity topic, and I would echo that. I think it's much more than just gender diversity, and certainly every aspect of diversity of approach, and that comes from every type of diversity that you can have within an organization. I think when it comes to safety, it always has to be a top priority in our industry. There is no time at which we can take our eye off the ball when it comes to the safety of our people. And I think in terms of where we are now, incorporating technology as a means of enhancing safety on board for our sea staff is critically important, and I think something that a lot of organizations are looking at. We've adopted an app which allows for real-time reporting of safety incidents and really keeping the focus 24/7 on the safety of our people. And when it comes to governance, it really is just a case of keeping the bar as high as we possibly can. I think integrating ESG discussions into board meetings as a specific, it's an overarching topic. It's always going to be significant, but I think engaging and making sure that there's an appropriate level of engagement across the EDS and the G at both the board and committee levels is so important. Cybersecurity, then another important governance topic that is a high priority at the moment, and certainly something that organizations everywhere are looking at these days.
Thank you. Raal.
Thanks. A lot's been said. I'll try and add a little bit of value. I think for me, the S is where it gets really interesting, and that's the bit that our main focus is on people and how people interact with our systems and so on. So I think the environmental piece is super important, but I think we already had quite a lot going on there in terms of the environmental measures, regulations, and so on. The governance piece, I think, again, very, very important. But that for me is all about getting those policies and collecting that data that proves that. And so, it's fairly, I don't want to say binary, but it's more, it's easier to see how you meet the certain standards of governance that are required. When it comes to the S, I think it's quite expansive, and I think it's exciting because it gives us a chance to really reward people who are really organizations that are really people focused. And I think that it's a virtuous, circle, because I think the more you start to invest in people, the more benefits you're actually going to see from that. And I think it's a way of us solving quite a lot of the problems that we have and that Øystein alluded to. We are going to get to the future that we need. We are going to need people, the really top quality people who are really able to perform and really equipped to perform. And what I think the S does is it lets us put in place, or it's a guide, if you like, to putting in place the kind of structures that lead to people being able to work and be attracted to our industry and be able to thrive in our industry. So I think it's a great opportunity there. I think the thing that I would look to most of all in all of that S piece, the bit that I see the most clearly is culture. It's the bit where we're building, and that's a particularly challenging area for us as an industry, because we've got international global offices, which is a challenge for most businesses, and then we have the vessel itself detached as a little microculture. So it's a very challenging thing to do, but I think a really worthwhile thing to do. And I can see in our customers' organizations, the ones who are investing in that, who are building in that, who are thinking about how to communicate their values and their messages, and I mean real values, not just stuff that you put on a mug, but something that can be lived, because it has all these sorts of benefits to people being able to make good decisions and be able to feel empowered and all of that sort of thing. And so for me, I think the S is where we get the real bang for our buck in terms of like really transforming the industry.
Okay. Ais?
Yeah, I do agree that people are very important and they're at the core of every organization. So going back to the tool that you alluded to a couple of times before, of course, the crew welfare tool from Russia, I think it's definitely trying to set a high industry standard, and it's a self-assessment tool, but it does look at basic, intermediate, and advanced levels at different, KPIs that are set on the social scale, and taking care of crew. And I think a wider adaptability, if it's adapted widely, then it actually gives us a scoring system, allows us to differentiate a good player from another one. So I think it's important. But I think over and above that, I know that we've also talked about the industry being reactive. So I think if we are seeing a lot of other stakeholders being interested in that tool, and I think these stakeholders requesting and driving, that adaptation is very important. The other thing I see on the social side is even internally within organizations, diversity is definitely important, but setting up an ESG task force with people from different departments is something I think could bring that diversity of thought into an ESG strategy that's adopted by a company. And again, it's not just gender, like you mentioned, but diversity across thoughts, cultures, any kind of DEI. So I feel that on the social side, this is one key aspect that companies should look at to set up an individual who is in charge of ESG and people who form that task force, which are diverse. So I feel these are two key elements under the social factor.
Okay, thank you. Gabriel?
So I couldn't possibly say any better what Aidin said earlier. So as far as the governance piece is concerned, I won't touch that either, because it's really for each and every company to decide in terms of their own policies. What I can say though is, from an investment, from a capital market point of view, we're seeing more and more obviously focus on ESG and looking at those ESG metrics and KPIs. So this is where funds and billions of dollars worth of investment are going to be deployed now and in the future towards companies that have a more, let's say, competitive ESG profile. When it comes to specific social side of things, I would like to launch a provocation here. And my provocation is the following. It's 2022 now. Are we still all in agreement that MLC 2006 is still relevant, or should we look at different ways to really assess the fitness for duty of crew members by possibly scrapping the number of work and rest hours? Somebody can work 15 hours and be exhausted. Somebody might have, issues going on at home. Somebody might have mental health problems, or somebody might work 80 hours a week and be fresh as daisy. So can we bring technology into the picture to really look at fitness for duty and availability of the crew to actually perform what they need to perform, rather than stepping away from a paper sort of monitoring and making the monitoring proactive and specifically tailored on each specific individual, let's say.
Thank you for the provoking comment about the MLC. The reality is that the discussion about MLC started 20 years ago, and this has been formalized back in 2006. Absolutely. That was a different time and era, when different forces applied to the market. So I fully agree with you. We need to review this and go back with a fresh mind, but I don't think that the industry is ready to do that. And I would like to just go back to Raal's comment earlier on, having a minimum standard, because MLC is an absolutely minimum standard, means that we have no standard at some point, maybe. And I would just like, as a provoking comment from my end, let's say, I think that we just witnessed in this panel, Oystein and Aydin, both representing top-tier operators, more or less said to us, 99% of what they said, they're doing it for their own. They're not doing it because they have to comply to some sort of standard. They do it because they believe it, because they think this is the way forward, more or less. I mean, more or less. So we need to see others across the industry adopting such, concepts and mindset. I fully agree with you. We need to revisit MLC, not only MLC, but SSW as well. But I'm not sure if the industry has an open mind of that level. But I fully agree, and I'm willing to support this till the end of the world. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Thanks, Apostles.
That's nice. I am the one who is always saying something like that, but I'm fully with you. Now, just to wrap up, because we are out of time, I would like to ask you, if you could change, let's say, one thing to move the industry forward, to move the ESG agenda forward, one thing, let's say 10 seconds, 15 seconds, what would you change across the industry and why? Oystein, your thoughts, if you could change one thing.
Well, I hope the industry will change, and I think that it will be exciting to see what the IMO new strategy comes up with. So I really hope that the IMO strategy will be really ambitious. I hope they will implement a market-based measure that they really put a price on carbon and channelize that money back to the R&D and back to the industry in a circular perspective where we can drive the transition going forward.
Thank you. Aydin, your thoughts?
I think it's very useful to have a lot of experimentation and then sharing information in terms of how those experiments and those early stage ideas are working. So I think a lot of collaboration around those early stages of new ideas would be very beneficial.
Thank you. Raal.
It's a tough question, but I'm going to plump for a really demystified, clear vision that everybody can understand and engage with. A real picture of what good looks like. Across an organization, across the S and the G, that we can hold up as an exemplar and let people visualize what we're shooting for.
Thank you. Ais.
I think definitely transparency, not adhering to minimum standards, but setting a clear visionary target and having a clear path towards that target, whether it's on the environmental aspect, the social, and governance is, of course, very important. So I think just moving beyond the minimum is very important.
Thank you. Dorian.
Bringing down the silos. I have experience in my career so far that we do work in silos a bit too much within this industry. And so taking down those silos is having a bigger picture and coming together to solve industry-wide problems in a collaborative manner, I think will be unstoppable when we can do that.
Okay, thank you all very much. I would like to thank you all for your contribution. I would like to thank you for taking the time to be with us in this panel and in this discussion. I would like to thank all our viewers. Stay tuned for those who are on the live stream. Stay tuned. We have a presentation, and then at the end of the day, we have the SAFETY4SEA Awards. I would like to thank you all and looking forward to thinking one of our future discussions. Thank you all.
Thanks again.
Very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good day to all. Thank you, SAFETY4SEA and Apostole for the invitation to this SAFETY4SEA Forum of September 22. My name is Takis Koutris. I'm Managing Director for Roxana Shipping and Rocos Maritime. And in the next 25 minutes, we will present the human factor in shipping, its evolution and relevant references with the related principles. And we will conclude with how Roxana and Rocos have applied these principles in our management system. It goes without saying that what will be presented is my personal approach to the issue and how these concepts have been applied in our company. Human factor in shipping. The evolution. Documented at least, human factor surfaced in shipping back in early 80s. At that time, humans, the crew, were pointed at as major causes of accidents, and the motto was fix the crew. And how to fix the crew? Fix the crew with training. But accidents continue to happen. Then we come at mid-2010s that we started looking at, to safety from a different perspective, in a different way. And then humans, in this case, were considered problem solvers rather than problem makers. And the motto changed from to fix the system instead of fix the humans. And instead of teaching the humans, we say learn from the crew. So some references to document the updates on these issues. For IMO, we know that STCW since the 80s, we're talking about leadership and situational awareness. Then the amendments 2010 introduced the decision-making, teamwork, and communication soft skills. Then last news is that the 32nd IMO Assembly added the human element as a new strategic direction for the IMO. In this link, you can find all the details on this. Another useful source of references is OKIMF, and I have selected two publications. One is Human Factors Approach of 2020, and the second is the 2021 refines the previous one. In these publications, we have for the first time note of shifting the human error, from the human error to the system error. We have the introduction of 8 human factor principles and 5 focus areas for human factor. And this is the forerunner of TMSA element 14, introducing KPIs the same way that TMSA is formatted. Another very interesting document is what was published by Intertanko and O'Keefe in 2018. It was the first time that the element of the soft element was introduced for the competence versus the hard competence. It is the first time that it is documented, at least for the shipping, the difference between soft and hard skills. So 6 soft skill domains were introduced: leadership and managerial skills, team working, communication and influencing, decision making, result focus, and situation awareness. And then 26 elements and totally 350 behavioral indicators. Worthwhile mentioning that in this BCAV, Behavioral Competency Assessment and Verification, is referenced also now in the new SIRE 2 vessel inspection questionnaire. Another useful source of information of references is the site of Shell Partners in Safety, that in 2015 the goal 0 was introduced. It is the first time that we listen about reflective learning, learning from crew rather than teaching the crew. We have modules about visible and felt leadership, reflective learning from incidents and learning engagement tools. We have modules for resilience, let's talk, a reference to maritime well-being site, and then 3 modules related to the 3 out of the 5 human performance principles introduced by Shell Partners in Safety. O'Keefe is speaking about 8 human factor principles, Shell Partners in Safety about 5 human performance principles, and then maritime well-being site. We have the 2 subjects, main subjects, mental well-being and physical well-being, and we have let's talk, individual awareness with emotional fitness, leadership skills for well-being, managing fatigue, and then building healthy habits, exercise, and nutrition. Then, of course, we have the Energy Institute. There are a lot of free to download publications on human factor. Same in IOGP and PNI clubs. And last but not least, να ευλογήσουμε και τα γένεια του κυρίου Belokas. We have SAFETY4SEA daily. One of the 5 subjects at least is referring to the human factor. So now, having elaborated on the evolution and the references of the concept of human factor, we will introduce the fearless ego for success, which is the way we have addressed the issue. And that was introduced back in 2015 in a very simple question: who is the most important person on earth? A very simple question, but with very complicated answers. Then we had to ask for the help of God. And then our God advised us, and we were ready to understand that the most important person on earth is me, and every one of us is the most important person on earth, and then every one of us has to return home healthy. We introduced a poster to reflect this principal order for our company. Everybody ashore on board and ashore should return home healthy. And then we have a string of consequences, simple consequences. If I have to return home healthy, I have to take care about myself. And if I am in a team, I have to take care about my team. And then we introduced the Shell model, which is a simple human-centric model, which is used for investigation when we classify factors, for causation analysis when we classify causes, and for risk management when we classify hazards and threats. Having introduced this ego concept, we started working in 3 sets of activities. The first one is what we call the 3 pillars and engagement. Back in 2015, we revisited our vision and our mission to make clear the target of zero, the zero target, zero harm, zero leak, and our values in conducting business, the idea, vision, innovation, dialectics, and aristocracy. And then in our mission, we reflected the fearless organization and the fair and just for no blame culture. This is the new concepts that have been introduced in our system. Then we decided that these three procedures on their own, the incident report, investigation, analysis, the risk management, and the management of change, will be the pillars of all our operations. And for this to work, we need the engagement of our people ashore and on board. Talking about incident reporting, investigation, analysis, and corrective preventive actions, fearless engagements, we have introduced the concept of fair and just culture for no blame, the open reporting, learning from success, not only from failures. And we have introduced some principles. As you know, principles are something that we believe as true, but we cannot prove. We use the principles to justify a theory. In our case, we use the principles to justify the way we manage. You remember that OKIMF have introduced 8 human performance principles and the partnership safety 5. In our system, we have introduced 3 principles. Human error is opportunity for system improvement. Humans err, and humans want to do a good job. These 3 human performance principles lead to the same conclusion. When a team member fails and an incident occurs or a non-conformity is identified, we have to think what I would propose, each one of us, to tolerate this error in the future, and what I could do differently to prevent this error. And then lessons learned. In fact, we shift the investigation from the individual error to the cell factor, system tolerance, and team's function. Open reporting is something that has been long since the conception of ISM in our system. We have to know in order to help, and this, of course, proper reporting does not mean no accountability. Then about learning from failure and success, learning from failures is also a concept introduced in the ISM code. Learning from success is the new concept that is introduced in our system. The difference is that learning from success is proactive, learning from failures is reactive. And this is all about the first pillar of our system. And then we go to risk management. As we say now, we see safety with a different perspective, in a different way. Safety is not the 0 accidents, but it is the presence, it is the capacity to fail healthy and restore when something goes wrong. And in fact, risk management is about fail healthy and fail less. The third pillar in our system is the management of change. If something is changed, the first of all is me. This is something that we have understood, that change is every day happening, every moment happening. So we have to manage it properly so that it is effective and successful. Now, for all this to work, we need the engagement of people ashore and on board. And we know that engagement is the tool to shift mere compliance to commitment. Engagement is the ticket to culture, and it is how we transform training to reflective learning. And in fact, what we all are up to is to ensure a commitment, the commitment of our human resources to our procedures. And then engagement is exactly the tool that will shift compliance to commitment. And we have introduced a lot of techniques to boost this engagement ashore. I want just to highlight the last one that is introduced this year, and this is about the DMS consolidation. That was a product of 2 workshops. One was the Energy Institute workshop, making compliance easier, and then our own workshop of making compliance commitment, with a common key message that the simpler a procedure is, the more engaging it is. Therefore, we have embarked in a process to consolidate our system. The first phase will be a 50% reduction in pages, and the second phase with these measures will be another 50%. So we aim in the end to end up with a 30% bulk pages in our documented management system. And this is the first set of activities, 3 pillars in engagement. Fearless engagement is the reporting, the generalization reporting, fail healthy and fail less risk management, and relaxing change management change. The second set of activities was related to performance. Then we have introduced in our system the concepts of health, physical and mental, competence, hard and soft, and then performance, human performance, and health and competence as prerequisites for the human performance. Physical health and mental health are equally important for someone to be healthy. And we have done a lot of workshops based also on what Partnership Safety has have introduced in their site. And we understood that finally it's about managing our pain, our will, our image. It's about managing our expectations. And concluding about health, we introduced the concept of competence. We define competence as a group of knowledge and related experiences, which is the hard skills, and personal attitudes and skills, which is the soft skills. Soft skills and hard skills are equally necessary for someone to be competent. And what means competent is to ensure our success. And what is success? Success is IFFF, completion of our task, incident-free, effective, and efficient. Hard skills is the ability to know what to do, and soft skill is the ability to how to apply what we know in an effective manner. When we introduced the soft skills element in our system, we knew very well that it is something, it's not an easy task, but it is an opportunity for all of us to know ourselves better and benchmark our behaviors against what is out there presented. We started studying this very interesting publication I told you before, the BCAP, the Tank O'Keefe publication, where they have introduced 6 behavioral domains: team working, leadership, managerial skills, communication, and influencing. We thought that this is one single category, interpersonal skills. This skill set is applied when you are in team, whether the other 3 domains, decision-making, result focus, situational awareness, are intrapersonal, can be applied even alone. Another observation we made is that communication and influencing soft skill set is prerequisite for team working and leadership. You cannot be a good team member or a good leader without communicating. And the third observation was that situational awareness is a soft skill set which is not assessed, cannot be easily assessed in real time by behavior. And then that decision-making and result focus are similar to each other. Decision-making for result focus and result focus for decision-making. With these 3 observations, we finally decided to adopt for our system 3 soft skill domains: team working, leadership, managerial skills, decision-making, and result focus. In the team working and leadership and managerial skills, we have already fused all communication and influencing behavior indicators introduced by the Tank and O'Keefe, and I remind you it is about 350 key behavioral indicators. And then we merged decision-making and result focus and fused into it all the situational awareness behavioral indicators. We ended up in what we say Roxana 3x3x3 soft skills model, which is actually what I have described before. It's a simple model that contains all behavioral indicators proposed by the Tank and O'Keefe, but the number now is 27, not 350, because we have properly structured the 3 domains adopted for our system. And then you see here how we have with colors, this is communication and influencing. Then we have situational awareness, result focus, and how we fused the text and the behavioral indicators into our model. This model now is applied to our auditing. The questions during the audits include this soft skill element, and also in our appraisal system. Byproduct of all this exercise was that we have introduced a new communications policy. We have introduced the 2 + 2 = 5 concept. We have introduced the soft skill element in all the responsibilities and authorities for all procedures, and we have introduced the 3 teams concept. This 2 + 2 = 5 concept is because we have Russian crew in our fleet, and there Dostoevsky was desperately asking for 2 + 2 to be 5 at some point in time, even once. And then with the help of our Heraclitus, we understood that a team which is properly gifted and properly leaded will produce the added value and make the 2 + 2 = 5. And then we introduced in all procedures the 3 teams concept: the leading team, the tech team, and the engine team. And with this, we conclude the competence and hard and soft, and then we go to performance. We have introduced performance and we have defined performance in our system as a measure of a person's success. And what is success? Success is IFFF completion of the tasks. And to be performing IFFF, you have to be healthy, physically and mentally, and you have to be competent, hard skill and soft skill. And I remind you that we have introduced these 3 human performance principles, which in fact are in a dialectic relation between them. Humans err and humans want to do a good job is dialectically, let's say, opposite. And then in between is that the human error is opportunity for system improvement. And here is, I will go fast with it, it's a proof that these 3 human performance principles, if adopted, they can prove that the 5 cell partner safety and the 8 OKIMF principles are concluded, can be proved. So human error, opportunity for system improvement, humans err, even the best of us will make mistake, so blame fixes nothing, and my team member's failure is my failure, and humans want to do a good job. These are the 3 principles, and if these 3 principles are adopted in the system will automatically have a fair and just for no blame culture. And this is actually what we are building up in our system. We have a fair and just for no blame culture based on the 3 human performance principles to ensure success, which is IFFF performance. And these 3 performance principles result to fearless engagements so that everybody in our team will feel comfortable to share his concern and his ideas. He will respect, appreciate, and consider the diversity and the different opinions in the team to harmonize the opposites. And finally, he will be committed to the decision taking without any compromise and any toleration. And this is for the sake of successful of IFFF operations. And with this, we conclude the health and competence for performance. And then the 3rd set of activities is related to reflective learning. Reflective learning, as I told you, was introduced back in 2015 by cell partners in safety. And it is in fact a face-to-face structured engagement based on the reflective learning concept, where everybody in the team will share his experience, his knowledge, his ideas, and he will learn from each other. Now, face-to-face is replaced by, now due to COVID, we have also virtual engagements. So we have adopted the workshop we do to this environment as well. Based on this principle, we have designed for our company 3 sets of workshops. One is related to learning from success and errors. The other is about soft skills management. And the 3rd one is about human performance. All these workshops are designed for teams engagement. It's for shore employees and seagoing employees, 8 to 10 participants per group. There will be always a brainstorming session. If it is a physical meeting, it will be on a flip chart. If it is a virtual meeting, it will be a Zoom whiteboard. And then every workshop, following the brainstorming session, we will have for each participant to fill in a questionnaire, which is on the web. It's a Google form. And this questionnaire is posted on the web for each participant to fill out his response. And this questionnaire is consisted of 3 sections. The first one is about verifying the knowledge obtained on the new concept introduced with the workshop. The second section will be a self-assessment and the 360 assessment on the concept introduced by the workshop. And the last section will be always a feedback for the workshop, ending with a statement of what I will do differently tomorrow because of the knowledge I got with this workshop. And with this, I think I have concluded. Thank you all for listening. It's not convenient to have such virtual and recorded sessions, but I will be available virtually or physically to respond to any question or any clarification or any idea related to what has been presented. Thank you all and bye-bye.
Viewers and friends, welcome to this year's SAFETY4SEA Awards. For yet another time, we gather all together virtually to celebrate industry's outstanding practices towards a safer and more sustainable shipping. Thank you for joining us. Before unraveling the winners, let's start with the awards procedure. dry bulk carrier sector involves many challenges, and as Intercargo noticed in a recent report, the industry should not be reluctant to make bold changes to ship design in order to further improve the safety and survivability of dry bulk vessels. So with this award category, we are happy to shortlist few ship operators of bulk carriers who have excelled in demonstrating safety excellence and performance above average in the maritime industry. The 2022 SAFETY4SEA Dry Bulk Operator Award goes to Sea Transport Maritime. Congratulations! Let's get to watch the relevant video. We are now joined by Mr. John Michael Radziwill to accept this award.
We'd like to thank SAFETY4SEA for awarding us Dry Bulk Operator of the Year and all those who voted for us to give us this prestigious recognition. We'd also like to thank all of us at CTM, our operating partners, our colleagues, our crews, our vendors, our counterparts. Thank you all for the past business and look forward to more value creative business together for many, many years to come. Last year was extraordinarily challenging. We moved 100 million tons of dry cargo across 270 ships from handy sizes up to very large ore carriers. And I can tell you, it was a pleasure to work with almost everybody during that process. So with that, a special thanks to everyone in dry cargo. Let's not be complacent. Let's make the best market and the safest environment we possibly can for our seafarers and for our cargo to keep this world moving. And a special thanks and warm wishes to the shipping industry in general. Safe and prosperous seas always. Thank you again.
Let's move on to the second category for today and take a look at tanker operators who admittedly face many challenges, from complex regulations and demanding customers to emerging technologies that complicate the whole landscape. So, who are those that contributed towards enhanced safety performance? winner of the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Tanker Operator Award is Maran Gas Maritime. Congratulations! Let's hear from Mr. Christos και Chris a few words about their initiatives.
On behalf of Maran Gas Maritime and the Gelikoussis Group, I am delighted and honored to receive the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Tanker Operator Award for our commitment to the health and well-being of our people. I would like to thank the organizers, the committee, and of course the industry representatives for this acknowledgement. This award is particularly special for us because it reflects our values as a company. The care for our people, our employees, our subcontractors, our partners is one of our core values. We have been committed in investing in our people from the very inception of this company. Our entire fleet of 40 LNG carriers is under the Greek flag, and we have a strong and diverse cadetship program. We also maintain a high retention rate for both officers and crew. We have been the first Greek shipping company to establish an in-house training center with the aim to focus on the human element. There is continuous visible leadership starting from the top management, development opportunities, as well as the right context and psychological safety required to excel. Through all the above, we have managed to create a highly motivated team of skilled professionals who share enormous pride on what they do in the company. Of course, another fundamental objective for us is to provide a safe working environment for our people. We have an excellent track record of safety performance, which is mainly attributed to the prevailing safety culture on board. Safety for us is a person of capacity, and we are working very hard in this direction in order to improve it. Caring and health and well-being, both mental and physical, of our seafarers is also a top priority. We have a team of fleet medical advisors, doctors on shore, in order to support our seamen both while on board and during their leaves. We have specialized medical devices and equipment like defibrillators supplied in all of our vessels. For the physical well-being, we have invested on the fitness equipment on board and also developed in-house training applications with videos and exercise. Furthermore, and most importantly, for the communication systems, we have upgraded our systems in order to provide free and unlimited Wi-Fi internet to all of our seamen in order to be able to communicate with their families and loved ones. Through our values and commitments, we have created a strong belonging culture, ensuring embracing diversity, equality and inclusion. We are proud to have a very strong gender equality program, providing opportunities for our female seafarers, starting from the cadets, moving up to the rank of masters, and also providing opportunities on shore. The well-being of our seafarers has always been one of the greatest challenges in our industry. It was only amplified during the pandemic, but the challenges were always there. We as Maran Gas are committed in continually addressing these challenges and continually improving our standards. as our principal and management is saying, what makes this company is its people. Thank you very much.
We hear a lot about sustainability across all business sectors. Some may think this is a new trend, but actually it is a necessity. Sustainability is linked to every company's future, recommending beneficial actions for all stakeholders to achieve simultaneously financial, social, and environmental benefits. This award category pays tribute to good practices and successful cases of sustainable shipping implementation in the industry. So let's find out who have joined the journey of sustainability successfully within our industry. The 2022 SAFETY4SEA Sustainability Award goes to Otfel. Time for the video. Congratulations! Let's hear from Mr. Harald Fotland about company sustainable practices.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and delighted to accept the SAFETY4SEA's Sustainability Award for 2022. It's a great recognition of our continuous work on a sustainable business and for our ESG reporting. I accept this recognition on behalf of the entire Odfjell organization, our colleagues on board our vessels, at our terminals and in our offices worldwide. Sustainability in Odfjell is about having a long-term perspective on how we do our business. It is about making improvements today that will make a difference tomorrow. Our 108-year history speaks for itself, and we plan to be here also for the next 100 years. But to succeed, we need to act responsibly and consider the long-term effects of our business on people and on the planet. Our core business is transporting and storing liquid chemicals in the safest and most efficient way. Most of the products that the global population use in our everyday life are produced from the products we transport and store. Food, medicines, clothing, electronics and building materials, to mention a few. We ship and store building blocks for everyday items that we all depend on, and by that we contribute to society. And we do it on the most environmentally friendly fleet in our segment. I greatly appreciate the recognition of the jury and the SAFETY4SEA's readers that voted for us. On behalf of Odfjell, Thank you all very much.
Now we move on to the fourth category for today that recognizes significant achievements and contribution in any aspect of maritime training. Let's view some of them. Congratulations, SeaSmart Arizon Maritime Training Center for winning the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Training Award. Let's hear a few words from Rear Admiral Bill Trulove and SeaSmart team.
Thank you very much for that very kind welcome. We are absolutely thrilled to have been selected for the SAFETY4SEA Award in 2022. I want to start by first congratulating and thanking SAFETY4SEA for their unwavering commitment to our seafarers and safe operations of our vessels around the world. I want to thank our fellow nominees as well. I know that every one of the nominees is working hard to a shared commitment, and that is that safety at sea. Of course, at Carnival, our highest priority is the safe and compliant operation of our vessels, and I think that SeaSmart represents that commitment in many, many ways. We are blessed with an outstanding team here at SeaSmart who every day come to work focused on enabling our seafarers across all 9 brands to do their job safely and efficiently each and every day, and ultimately ensure the safety of our guests on board. But of course, we all know that the building is just a building and nothing happens without the great effort and commitment of our individual employees. So it would be remiss of me to stand and do the whole presentation. I'd rather you hear from some of those great employees. So let's hear from a few of them now.
Hello everyone, I'm Tunisia. I work as a healthcare technician at SeaSmart. On behalf of SeaSmart, we would like to thank everyone who voted for us, and a special thank you to our highly skilled team. All this could not have been achieved without you.
Hi, my name is Marco Polito and I am an instructor of SeaSmart since July. I am quite happy and proud for the award received from SAFETY4SEA, and I would like really to thank you all of you which contribute with your vote for this important achievement for us.
Hi everyone! I'm Kate. I'm a course admin and a part of logistic team at SeaSmart.
Hi, I'm part of the course admin team. Thank you for voting for us.
It's a great pleasure and a pride that we received this award.
Hello voters, my name is Harshad Inamdar. I'm an engineering instructor at SeaSmart.
Everyone, my name's Tim. I'm an engineering instructor here at SeaSmart. I've been here approximately 4 years now. Just like to say thank you for everyone, including the friends and families of people in our industry who voted for us, and it means a great deal to us.
I would like to thank you again for voting us as winners.
Hi, my name is Damir. I am technical instructor in SeaSmart. I started with the SeaSmart 3 months ago, and I'm so happy and excited to work here. I love SeaSmart, I love my colleagues, I like to work with them, and thank you very much for voting for us.
Hi, I'm Petra. I work for SeaSmart now for 12 years. I'm an HR representative here. And you are?
I'm Poppy. I work for SeaSmart for 10 years, and I'm from course administration.
Yeah, and we're really pleased and proud that we've won the SAFETY4SEA Award.
So then hopefully next year we will win the prize again. So see you next year.
See you next year.
So you can see why I'm so immensely proud of the great team here at SeaSmart. So to wrap this up, again, to all of our fellow nominees, once more, congratulations to you, and I wish you and your teams nothing but continued success. To SAFETY4SEA, thank you for what you're doing. It matters across the industry. And again, on behalf of the entire SeaSmart team, thank you for your recognition and support to what we do.
Technology is ever growing all around us, while digitalization is becoming an integral part of the maritime community. Emerging technologies offer many opportunities and huge potential to transform how organizations will operate in the future, enhancing safer voyages. For that matter, let's see the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Technology Award. The winner of the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Technology Award is Survitec. Congratulations to Survitec. Let's watch the video explaining why they won this award.
Hello, my name is Stu Gregory, and I have led the team responsible for delivering Sea Haven, the world's largest inflatable lifeboat. On behalf of our Sea Haven team, I am thrilled to receive the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Technology Award for Sea Haven. Sea Haven officially launched earlier this year following heavy weather sea trials and type approval from Lloyd's Register. This has been achieved with over 30 of our trusted world-class engineers who have developed Sea Haven over a 5-year period, drawing on our advanced technologies, keeping passengers and crew safe. We've gone beyond the minimum regulatory requirements with our test programs, and we're opening up all kinds of vessel design possibilities. By replacing conventional lifeboats and davits with Sea Haven, we can free up to 85% of deck space, creating revenue-generating opportunities for the cruise operators. For example, we can convert 80 obstructed viewed cabins into luxury cabins, generating an additional $8.4 million annually for the operator. Not only are we creating space, but we are also providing a safe alternative to conventional lifeboats. We've harnessed our revolutionary helical slide technology and achieved a rapid 4-minute deployment time for the system. We've minimized crew actions and subsequently margin for error by designing a system that automatically operates by the push of a button. Seahaven has solved the challenge of being able to evacuate the growing number of passengers quickly, safely, and comfortably. For example, a 4,000 passenger capacity cruise ship can be evacuated with 4 Seahaven systems instead of 12 to 16 traditional lifeboats in under 22 minutes. We've pushed the boundaries of what can be accomplished and once again built upon our pioneering and innovative survival technology solutions by redefining safety at sea. I would like to thank SAFETY4SEA for recognising Seahaven and the technology advancement it brings to the cruise ship and wider marine industry. And finally, I would like to pay particular attention to all of my dedicated colleagues at SAFETY4SEA for their vision, their insight and innovation in bringing this idea to life and to the market. The journey of Seahaven is only the beginning of the experience. Please experience history in the making and follow our developments as they progress. Thank you very much.
Now it's time to look at a few organizations which have contributed to the shipping industry with the launch of outstanding initiatives that make difference and can move our industry to the next level. The 2022 SAFETY4SEA Initiative Award goes to International Maritime Pilots Association for conducting annually a pilot ladder safety campaign. Congratulations! Now it's time for the video. Let's hear from Captain Simon Pelletier a few words about this initiative.
Hi, my name is Simon Pelletier, President of IMPA. On behalf of the International Maritime Pilots Association, I would like to thank all those that voted for IMPA as the winner of the SAFETY4SEA Initiative Award 2022 for our safety campaigns. We welcome the wider recognition of the important work we do to raise awareness of the daily safety challenges facing maritime pilots across the globe. Across the globe, we estimate that there are about 4 million acts of pilotage each year. Pilotage is a public service for safety of navigation, prevention of maritime pollution, and efficient international trade. Pilots are the experts with the local knowledge, experience, and tools to make that service effective. Importantly, IMPA members, year after year, achieve an impressive safety record of 99.9%. However, our lived experience is that pilot transfers remain hazardous and the average fatality rate remains unacceptable to IMPA. Our objective is to use the evidence we collect to contribute to improvements in the safety pilot transfer arrangements and the safety culture around pilot transfers. We hope to make headway on this with the support of China at IMO later this year. Once again, thank you to all that voted and your recognition that positive changes in safety start with awareness. But for IMPA, awareness is only the beginning. Thank you.
We have left for the closure our 2 special SAFETY4SEA Awards, dedicated to individuals who have led the way and contributed towards safety excellence throughout their careers. The 2022 SAFETY4SEA Personality Award, sponsored by McGregor, is targeting an individual who has actively supported the maritime industry for over 40 years, holding top positions in key associations to share his ideas and transform the operating model. Congratulations to John Adams, who is currently Managing Director of V-Ships UK and Americas. Let's hear a few words from Mr. John Adams.
Firstly, I would like to extend my personal and sincere thanks to the SAFETY4SEA organisation for this award, which I also accept on behalf of V Group. It is very humbling to be recognised in this way and very much appreciated. I'm very proud of my contribution to all of the shipping companies and maritime associations that I've been closely involved with throughout my rather long time in this industry. And I'm particularly proud of what has been achieved during my time here as Managing Director of V-Ships UK and Americas. Many of us in this industry wear different hats. As MD of V-Ships UK and Americas, with our ship management operations in the UK, including our offshore office in Aberdeen and our operations in Boston and Brazil, we deal with well over 100 ships. I also get insights to the overall operation within V Group as a whole, covering some 600 ships. Add to that the 1,500 or so ships under Bahamas flag that I see firsthand as chair of the Bahamas Ship Owners Association and as a director at the International Chamber of Shipping with some 30 plus national ship owner associations with multiple owners and fleets and ships and seafarers. The numbers extrapolate into the thousands. With all of this, I've gained a broad perspective of the issues affecting shipping today. You could say that I have some idea of the scale of the problem. I've often said that the shipping industry is one of the most dynamic, exciting and challenging sectors of international business. And today we face some of our greatest challenges. Just to take two, the ongoing and increased and complex environmental legislation and the wide range of crewing welfare, employment, and geopolitical issues. As chair of the Long-Term Measures Working Group within the International Chamber of Shipping, we built a consensus amongst all of the national ship owner associations in developing a strategy to meet the IMO greenhouse gas goals. Stemming from this work, the ICS and a broad coalition of international associations, BIMCO, CLIA, Intercargo, Interferry, Intertanko, IPTA and World Shipping Council submitted joint industry proposals to the IMO Marine Environment Protection Committee. The shipping industry needs to progress such innovative solutions, and I'm proud to be part of this forward-looking initiative. And to have achieved such a strong coalition, we need to continue to look to the future. Collaboration is key in our industry. With regards to crewing, the authors Dick Gregory and Paul Shanahan put it so eloquently when writing about human element, our seafarers. They wrote, "They are the secret of our success and the victims of our failures." That is so profound and resonates on a number of levels. I am so pleased and proud to have witnessed that the management and understanding around the human element, human factors and behaviours in leadership development now receive the focus and attention required in our industry. 2 years ago, the Bahamas Ship Owners Association held one of the first industry fora focused on the global effects of the coronavirus on our industry and especially our crews. Today, the COVID pandemic is still affecting shipping operations, and now we are facing a parallel global crisis with the war in Ukraine, which is again impacting the shipping industry and our crews, with the need to resolve this crucial part of our business. These are indeed unprecedented times. I acknowledge that crew welfare and well-being is higher on the agenda than at any time previously. Nevertheless, we need to ask the question, where are we with employment improvements and progressive crewing strategies? And how well prepared can our industry be for the next black swan? Also, in terms of being progressive, the BSA supports a culture in shipping where equality, diversity and inclusion prevails, which will be demonstrated, quite literally walking the talk, by having a top drawer all-women panel that will head up our next upcoming industry forum. Finally, I would like to close by thanking again the SAFETY4SEA Editorial Committee for this award, which I value very highly. Thank you.
Last but not least, the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Leadership Award recognizes an individual who has pioneered within the maritime industry, showcasing innovative leadership. It is with great honor to announce that the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Leadership Award, sponsored by McGregor, goes to William Gallagher, who for over 20 years has worked closely with the Marshall Islands government and its legislative agenda and has been most instrumental in working with international registries Far East clientele. Let's hear a few words from Mr. William Gallagher.
First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank SAFETY4SEA for awarding me this prestigious honor. The award is about leadership. How did I become the leader I am today? Well, it was really humble beginnings. I began as a mid-level employee at IRI and worked my way up with the help of my colleagues, learning the nuts and bolts of the registry business. If you don't know, you cannot lead. So I really felt like no job was too small or too large, no task to be completed was beneath me. And that way I learned the nuts and bolts of the organization, and that translated to having the knowledge to be the leader that I am today of the registry. When it comes to safety, which is really what we're all about at IRI, I think back to the way I grew up. I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland. My father was a rigger in the shipyard. He was also the shop steward and the safety man. What he always talked to me was about safety. It was important to look after the crew and certainly to have a safe environment to work in. So my father drilled that into me, and I think when I joined the registry and realized that we were talking over and over again about the crew. It's always about the crew, isn't it? And why is that so important? Because if we don't do our job as a registry and make sure they're safe vessels that are trading, there's no safety for the crew members themselves. How do we measure this? Quality, everybody talks about quality, but how do you really measure it? Well, we measure it through our port state control record as one. That's only one measurement, but it's a good one. And we do that through Qualship 21 in the US. Our registry is the only registry to achieve Qualship status 18 years consecutively. It's unprecedented and something I'm very, very proud of. But it's not just about the US Coast Guard. Worldwide, we have a great team in our 28 offices that ensure that we are whitelisted in the Tokyo MOU and also in the Paris MOU. We stay engaged with the MOUs and certainly the port state control officials. We just had a delegation visit Australia and visit with AMSA to see how we can do better. But again, I want to emphasize, what it really comes down to is the safety of the crew. The crew drives the industry. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to all winners and the shortlisted nominees of this year's honors for all their efforts fostering safety excellence in the industry. Thank you for providing a safer environment and putting your effort on sustainable shipping. Also, we would like to thank our viewers and friends who are constantly supporting us, our sponsors, and the great SAFETY4SEA team for bringing this event to life. We hope to see you again soon. As always, stay tuned with SAFETY4SEA.com for more maritime updates.